Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 255-260. Ghosts. I would strongly argue against doing this at the present moment. Martha tried to argue, try being the optimal word to use in this situation, as she was coming quite close to dropping pretenses and just giving the boy a good shake for being as stubborn as he was right now. Watching him trudge down the corridors, clearly exhausted from a long exercise session, and then talk about going to summon servants. She was reminded how reckless youths could be in that moment. While she would certainly praise his determination, she was sure there would be plenty to support her and say that it should not come at the sake of his own health. More to the point, the fact that Mash was not currently with him was further proof that he was aware of how it would appear. Her master, infuriatingly enough, shot her a smile that was supposed to be reassuring, but there was a noticeable strain on the edges of it as he looked at her. Her response was a flat expression, arms folded over and looking back, searching for further signs of his exhaustion. To her mounting frustration, she found plenty of them. The faint bags under the eyes from restlessness, the way he had been all but dragging his limbs and the beads of sweat dripping down his brow. The more she looked, the more she felt her frown deepen. A faint tugging pulled at her mind, some other notions started to form in her mind as she stared at the master. Most of these symptoms looked less as a result of excessive exercise and more because of something different and far more troubling. A lack of sleep. Martha regarded him, then stepped forwards, the gap between them closed as she reached a hand towards him and dropped it onto his shoulder. It was nothing more than that, yet she could immediately feel him stabilize himself on her grip. As though his body had been craving the support she was now offering. He noticed it too, she could tell. The smile he wore had faltered and looked close to crumbling, his eyes darted down to the hand and he dropped his head. Left arm rising, Ritska ran his fingers over his eyes and breathed out, his posture deflated like a balloon and he slumped while standing, the pressure on her hand intensified. He was leaning onto her now, she wasn't quite sure if he would have collapsed without her, but he would have certainly stumbled. No summoning today, she ordered, giving him a faint jerk to bring his eyes back towards her. She kept her expression solid. You're clearly not in your best condition and I am not going to allow you to make your situation worse. He opened his mouth to respond, but she would not grant him the chance. She was sure he would have come up with some half-baked explanation about how fine he was or how he would recover in short order. It was the sort of reasoning she had heard a dozen times before. She tolerated very little of it from her own siblings and she would tolerate none of it from her master. If you will not heed my words, then perhaps the words of some of your closer allies. That was enough to get him to shut his mouth, his eyes darted to the side and she felt him waver a little. She pressed onwards and without mercy. I am certain that Dr. Romani would be quite upset to learn of what you were just about to put yourself through, or the leader of this place who clearly wishes her subordinates in peak condition. A beat, she drew in a breath and exhaled. Her gaze softened. They would be concerned about you and rightfully so. Not least of all there is the young girl who follows you around. It is clear you set an example for her. Would you wish for her to be doing this if your positions were reversed? Ritska's rapidly dropping features were answer enough, but sometimes words needed to be said aloud. With another small jerk of the shoulder, she got him to at last look her in the eye. An expectant glance from her was all it truly needed for him to shake his head and give a small whisper. No. Martha nodded in satisfaction. For now, you would be best off returning to your room for some rest, master. I am not against the idea of us drawing in more allies, in principle. She had qualms about some of them they had drawn in. But at the very least, she knew that her master was far from pleased with them as well. The lack of attention shown to the false saint and the way he was being followed around and observed was not lost on anyone. Much the same with the craven pope and the rather insane bloodletting divine. A relief, she supposed, but she would have been more comforted if they were not here at all. But that was not her choice to make. Come on then, master. Martha pulled and turned him back around. He made no effort to resist her strength. She was curious if he even had the ability to do that in the first place, but it was a thought for another day. I'll be sure to inform others that you are taking a well-deserved break. Yeah, a break. She barely heard his muttered words, but the way he spoke them sounded unpleasant. Spying him out of the corner of her eyes, she watched as his expression twitched for a moment. He nodded his head and started to walk more on his own, pulling away from her. Martha kept pace with him, not willing to let him out of her sight until he was actually back at his room. And they hadn't gotten a moment to truly talk with one another like this before. It would be remiss of her if she didn't take the chance and get to know her master a little better. Though she hoped that, at the very least, he wasn't just reckless and stubborn when it came to ignoring his own health. How was Valentine's Day, by the way? It was an odd question that admittedly threw her for a loop. At least for a second or two. Regaining her wits, Martha smiled more genuinely. It was a comforting day, to be sure. Even with the knowledge there were a couple who sought to use it for their own ends, I believe the good outweighed the bad. She was hesitant to mention it, but she wasn't going to lie. Ritska seemed to infer what she was talking about, judging by the grunt he gave. Then he turned and looked at her slowly. His eyes looked for something, or some sort of reaction, but she mustn't have had what he looked for, as he nodded once more and exhaled. That's a relief. I was worried that Sullivan would have done something. You know about that then? A pause, Ritska's expression soured. I've gotten a feel for what he's like and it's petty. He's petty, I mean. At least when he wants to be, and we're not really on proper speaking terms at the moment. I know he won't try anything, or I don't think he will. His unease was troubling, but Martha let out a small hum. Men like him are very much the type to enjoy the spotlight, or the credit. She remarked, having also felt as though she had an understanding of his character. He will not sacrifice his chance by doing anything reckless. His arrogance would not allow him the opportunity to avoid it. Though you are correct, I do believe he will push to the limit of what is acceptable, but never beyond. His shoulders dropped and she felt a pang of guilt for speaking so openly about it. Perhaps it was not what he needed to hear at the time. Rest assured that I will step in. She trailed off, watching as Ritska brought his hand up and rubbed it along his temples, as though nursing a sudden headache which left him reeling. The twisted expression and the groan which formed in the back of his throat made her stop walking. She reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder once more. Exhaustion and frustration were taking a toll on him, it seemed. And this did not look to be a recent revelation. This is not the first time you have been exhausted, is it? Ritska did not respond. He merely glanced at her with the sort of face that a caught rabbit would look at one with. The nervous tension, where both were waiting. He wasn't going to give her an answer, and if she forced further, he was going to clam up even further. Honestly, it was completely ridiculous how everyone was under the impression that just bottling up their emotions would help them. She tried to ignore how her own words could have been aimed at her, but that wasn't the time for it. Have you spoken about it to someone? Ritska gave a faint smile. Sometimes. That was good, Martha decided, as long as he was getting the chance to open up. She did not bother to hide her relief. The smile on her lips grew slowly and she gave him a comforting pat before withdrawing her arm from him. I am willing to lend an ear if you wish. I'll try not to make a burden out of it. Burden. Martha disliked the way he had phrased it. He flinched and she realized she had been a little too hard in her tone. She rolled her jaw, drawing herself up straight and pursuing her lips. It is not a burden to be troubled, master. It is natural for everyone to experience these things. They are not shameful, and hiding them from the world does not make your soul any stronger. That is to say, do not think your feelings are a sign of weakness or that showing them is an onus task for your comrades. Yeah, I'll try. To her it sounded as flippant an answer as one could truly give. He was doing nothing more than saying it. She fixed him with a strong look for a few seconds, watching for signs of his attempt at appearing calm to collapse. To his credit, he endured for quite a bit longer than she would have assumed, but before long he turned his head from her and resumed his march down the corridor. The fact he sped up to put some space between them was not lost on her. Martha watched him go, then dropped her shoulders. His back to her, he did not see the pitying look she was sending his way, but perhaps he felt it if the way he ducked his head told her anything. It was unfortunate that one so young had been slapped with such a burden, but there truly seemed to be few other options for them. And to be surrounded by such controversial figures as well. Taking in a breath, Martha straightened. All she could do was ease the weights that chained themselves to him in whatever capacity she could do. Not merely because she was a saint, but because it was the right thing for someone to do as well. And if that meant forcing him to take care of himself better, then she would push right the way to the front of the line to drag him by the ear. That sounded violent. A good thing it was, she thought, that it remained in her head rather than spoken aloud. Ritska closed the door behind him and stepped towards the bed. He'd been trying to appear less tired than he was, but Martha had seen right through him. A sigh slipped from between his lips as he got closer and closer. Eventually whatever strength had been puppeting him around decided it was time to take its leave of him. With nothing to hold him up, Ritska abruptly felt gravity wrap itself around him and pull. He dropped forwards, slumping face first into the bed and feeling a dull ache shoot up his knees as a thudding sound echoed around him. The sound of his legs roughly striking the floor, a cruel reminder of how tired he actually was. Martha was probably right, trying to summon someone after exercising with Leonidas was a bad idea. If he had done so, he probably would have passed out in the summoning room there and then. His brows twitched and his mind slowed as he felt something further along the bed press down, the definite feeling of a weight settling on the bed. Then the sensation of fingers resting on the back of his head, curling themselves through his hair as if it was grass and then pulling along. It barely even occurred to him that someone was just stroking the back of his head as if he was a dog. Though that thought was secondary to the knowledge of who it was. Why are you here? His words came out muffled, with his face pressed into the blankets without the strength to turn his neck. All he could do was speak and hope that whomever was there could understand whatever he was saying. Evidently they showed no problem, as without even a hint that they had difficulty in discerning his speech, the voice came back. Is that not obvious? Was the swift reply, amused as the stroking continued. It was a vaguely comforting action, even if it felt a little embarrassing. Yet with how sore his body was and how tired his mind felt, he doubted he was going to be doing much in the way of shooing off the person on his bed. I'm really tired right now, so just. The fingers slowed and fell still, then rose up and down twice. Yes, I can tell. A whisper, a soft one at that, with so few words it was as if the voice understood everything about him. Far more than the physical exhaustion he felt. She was right, this is certainly something you need, and sleeping in this state is hardly going to be easy for you. The hand retracted itself from the top of his head, the weight removed itself from the bed to his left. Footsteps, gentle ones upon metal, came next, nothing more than a mere couple of them until they were right behind him. The hairs of the back of his neck started to turn up as the feeling of being looked down on blanketed him. He could feel the eyes on him, almost as if he could see them. Yet even then, he flinched a little when the hands fell onto his shoulders and slowly started to pull him up, turning him over and dragging him further along the bed. His eyes widened and then squinted as the light of the room poured itself into his eyes. Snapping the shut and giving a low and pained hiss. The voice let out a sympathetic coo as the stroking came back, this time on top of his head. Slowly, his eyes peeled open and filtered out the light. He found himself staring up at the face of Kiyohime. The berserker smiled down at him but did nothing to stop her actions. You can start resting whenever you want, I will make sure that no one disturbs you. His eyes closed again and he slowly nodded his head. Thanks. Ritska wasn't sure how long he lay there, but before long he could tell that no matter how tired or exhausted he was, sleep wasn't going to come to him. He knew why, though, and there was little he could do about it. Because even when he closed his eyes, he could see them. You're still awake. Kiyohime saw through him easily, it seemed. He hummed in response. Can't sleep. A gentle sigh fluttered through his ears, one that was as indulgent as it was concerned. It seemed that even when he tried to do what he was told, he was causing problems for other people. You don't need to stick around. Of course I do. Kiyohime cut him down, a quiet firmness in her voice, not even willing to debate with him about it. He heard it in her words, the strength behind them and how nothing would get her out of his room now. Not even if he ordered her. He wouldn't, but that was the impression he got. So he just lay there and exhaled. Are you all right, Master Sama? Fie. I will remind you, Master Sama. Kiyohime started at first, a gentleness in her tone, but it shifted to a polite warning as she continued. That a lie told, even with the best of intentions, remains a lie, so I will ask, you need not say anything further, but all the same, are you all right? Was he all right? Quote. No. He felt his voice crack in his throat, it wavered in his ears and he wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt a dampness build up around his eyes. A hiss came out from between his lips next, he brought up his right hand and formed a fist, dropping it down onto his forehead and pressing down. He wasn't all right. I was finally being happy and then I just saw them again, it was all over my hands and it was on my face and then. He said nothing else, all that came next were whimpers. Because every time he was happy, he saw it. He saw it play out with such perfect clarity. And he hears the voice each time, the voice that speaks with such gentle kindness even as it uses his body, forcing his hands to rebel against him. The sensation still played out, he remembers how hot it was inside, when his fingers pushed through the skin. Ritsuka keeps remembering. Another inhaling breath, he feels his body shudder as he draws in the air. Another cracked whimper escaped, a hitch in his breathing and then he turned onto his side, pulling away from the hand on his head and facing the wall. He drew himself in, curling up into a ball and laying there. Sleep never came. He just forced his eyes shut and lay there for what felt like hours. His hands still felt hot, and wet, slick with something sticky. Yet whenever he opened his eyes and looked down, they were clean. Except they weren't. He knew they weren't. I'm not going anywhere, Master Sama. Kiyohime whispered, he felt a hand press against his back, the flat of a palm between his shoulder blades. You can let it all out. I am going nowhere. Ritsuka mutely nodded his head. But sleep never came. Another thud in the distance, his eyes remained hazy as he watched the arrow miss the target, striking the ground just before it, perhaps a few centimeters, and burying at an odd angle. Ritsuka lowered the bow and stared, his dry mouth making it difficult to swallow anything. His eyes shut themselves, he took in a steadying breath as he moved to get another arrow, only to pause as he turned and glanced down. A brief pang of frustration swelled within him as he stared at the now empty quiver where the arrows should have been. With a slow creak of the neck, he glanced to the field and stared at the evidence that littered the ground, the proof that he had spent the last hour missing every single shot no matter how hard he tried to aim. At least, if his aching arms hadn't been proof enough of that. Though he had long since lost any real feeling within them, rather it was at an odd point where he felt very little except for some occasional jolting motion as he raised the arms and drew back the bowstring, yet he noticed he had been getting further away. That latest arrow had been the closest since he started. Another sharp exhale burst from his nose, taking with it the irritation he had been feeling, his head lost tension and hung low. His numb arms dropped down and it was only through what little power was left in his hands that he didn't drop the bow. Or perhaps he just couldn't uncurl his fingers anymore to drop the bow. It didn't matter, he trudged forwards to the arrows, dropping down to pick one up each time he passed them by. Before he knew it, he was stood before the clean target, the circular design with the multi-layered rings which lacked even a single hole to show he had been doing anything. There was something oddly fitting about that. It brought a tight smile to his lips and a glazed look in his eyes. He could do nothing else but smile at it, even if it didn't feel particularly funny to him. Shaking his head, he turned back around and pulled himself to the starting line and dropped the arrows back into the quiver with a muffled sound of shuffling wood. Yet when he moved to grab the next arrow to start the process all over again, he felt the sharp pain shoot up from his wrist right the way to his elbow. His fingers spasmed, a hiss and he jerked the hand back, dragging the arrow with him and sending it clattering to the floor. Ritsuka turned his eyes and stared at his right hand, watching his fingers twitch for a moment longer before they went slack. Yet he still felt the numb sharpness, as though someone had dragged something cold right the way up his skin and left it there. A click of the tongue and he dropped the arm back down and brought his head up, his eyes closed once more and as he faced the ceiling. It takes a long time to master. His eyes opened, they jerked downwards and found the source of the sudden speaker. He blinked and straightened, caught between surprise and anxiousness as he saw Arash stood not too far from him. Arms folded over and a polite smile on his face, the man looked to have found himself in a comfortable spot, the sort that one only got after being there for some time. Which left him slightly curious as to how long the archer had been there. Curious and a little worried that Arash had seen his little tantrum. How long? Not long. Arash did not wait for him to finish, instead speaking with a shrug of the shoulders. A couple minutes at most. I came to practice and saw that you were already here and didn't want to disturb you, you seemed pretty focused on it. Ritska snorted and glanced at the target, the clean face mockingly staring back at him. Yeah, that's one word for it. He heard the sigh and turned. Arash stepped away from the projected tree he had been leaning against and approached. There wasn't any particular rush to his steps and the archer wasn't even looking at him. Despite that, Ritska couldn't help but feel a little intimidated at the sudden approach. Though he couldn't explain why that was. It's no good to be doing this for relaxation and then getting annoyed about it. The archer spoke again, coming up next to him and reaching down into the standing quiver, taking out one of the arrows and holding it up, his eyes sliding along it from tail to head as he held the shaft between his fingers. Twirling it around with frankly childish ease, the archer gripped it in his left hand and pointed the tail towards Ritska's face, giving a faint sympathetic smile as he did so. But I've been where you are. Ritska could understand that, logically at least, but being told about it felt slightly patronizing. He didn't want to feel that way, but it was uncontrollable for him. Arash's expression twisted, the man frowned then exhaled. Sorry, that might be a little insulting. Not everyone can become a great archer and I'll admit that I probably did have a bit of a talent for it, but you don't need to be a great bowman for everything, you're not aiming to slay a man, just inner demons. The arrow was lowered back into the quiver. And that is the most dangerous foe of all. Ritska exhaled. ... Mine are probably winning. That's how it works. Arash gave a grim nod, raising his eyes to meet Ritska's. He was given pause as he met the archer's gaze. There was a deep sadness within them, as though spoken from experience. Though it was short-lived, the light which had dimmed gained a second flame. But there's always time for a counter-attack. He smiled. Even if you never truly win against them, you can always strike them down as they appear. You just need to be confident enough that you can defeat them. Don't doubt their existence, doubt their chance for victory. Ritska ran his tongue along his lips, then swallowed. ... Do you have them then? More often than you'd expect. The archer replied without missing a beat, then turned his head and glanced towards the target. His arms came up and rested upon his hips. A short inhale and then a quiet exhale. Just as many now as when I was alive too. Might be the same for all servants or perhaps just me, but we all ask ourselves, will I be good enough? Or, will I protect my master in this fight? Ritska hummed and nodded. I'm worried about messing up. Well, we're only human. A wave of the hand, the tone of voice being so carefree it was as if that was the only answer to give. It was rather impressive, the level of confidence, but he remembered who he was talking to a moment later. We all make mistakes. Mistakes. Ritska tasted the word and found himself souring his face. It didn't come close to describing it. A mistake was forgetting to take the bins out for collection day, or spelling a word wrong during a test. People died because of him. ... That's not a comfort. He lowered his head down, turning his hand over and staring at the command seals with a grimace. The feeling of someone staring at the top of his head brought his eyes up. Arash looked down at him with a sympathetic smile. Yeah, ultimately all you can ever tell yourself is that you'll do better next time. Sometimes it's true and sometimes it isn't. At the end of the day, it is the belief you'll do better which keeps you going. Otherwise you'll always mess up. Easier said than done. His eyes dropped down again. Arash took in a shallow breath, then spoke again in a slow and quiet voice, almost reassuring. It reminded him a little of how someone would approach a frightened animal. This is you preparing to confront your demons, isn't it? And they're not on the face of a target. Ritska slowly shook his head. Does Mash know you're walking around like this? He didn't answer, he could not bring himself to speak. Yet the silence that followed was truly deafening, and it all but screamed the truth for anyone with ears to hear it. He hadn't told Mash about his feelings, because how could he possibly dump something like that upon her? It was his mistake and he didn't want her worrying over him for something he was responsible for. He just needed to keep going forwards. Keep going forwards. But it was hard when his eyes kept drifting over his shoulder. I can't force you, but she'll find out sooner or later. Arash responded and Ritska felt himself flinch, because he knew that to be true. Mash would eventually pick up on what he was doing if he didn't control it, and he didn't want to think about how it would look to her. As if he didn't trust her enough. He did, but it was difficult to articulate. I want to summon Mordred and Percival back. Silence. Arash took in a sharp breath and grunted. I see. Ritska looked up and saw the man without an expression. Instead he had his arms folded over and was gazing towards something in the distance. It was probably nothing, a quick glance revealed that, but he soon found himself looking into the same nothingness as the archer. The empty scenery provided some small comfort to him. Words failed him, his throat jammed up as he tried to get them out. You don't know what's going to happen if you do. I don't know what's worse. Ritska found himself saying slowly. If they remember or if they don't. Arash grunted. Servants aren't supposed to remember past summonings. Ritska clenched his fists tight, the feeling of the bow digging into his palms made him wince. But the ones summoned to Chaldea do for the most part, and if they don't, then that means It meant they were gone. The Mordred and Percival of London were well and truly gone. It was why he avoided them during that resort, because he didn't want to confirm it to himself, but he couldn't avoid it for long. I see it sometimes, feel it. Yeah. Arash said little, but it was better just to have him there. They died. I killed them. No you didn't. I did. Master. Everyone told me not to trust him. Ritska scoffed, feeling his jaw roll from side to side, the weight in his head pressing down on him. And I did, and then they died because of it. I was supposed to be better, supposed to be someone that they could rely on, and then. He turned and looked at the archer. How can I look them in the eye after all of that? How do I stare Sir Percival or Sir Mordred in the face and ask them to trust me when the last time they did that it got them both killed? Silence greeted him. Arash slowly turned his head and looked down at him, betraying nothing with his expression. There is no answer to that, Master. You have a whole plethora of servants who follow you into battle time and time again, who come here to help, and if you don't trust yourself with them, then. He shrugged. It was such a simple action, but it felt as if he had been punched in the gut, all the air driven from him. You're gonna make a lot of calls in the future, and some of those are going to get servants killed. Some of us are going to go out on our own terms while others probably won't, and there is no avoiding that. Raising an arm, the archer held up a single finger. If and when Sir Mordred and Sir Percival answer a summons, it's not them you need to convince. The hand was lowered and then pushed forwards. The archer pressed a single finger into Ritska's chest, all while never breaking eye contact with him. It's yourself. Not even as a master, but a person who doubts their own judgments won't get far in life. It is through your actions that you prove they can trust your judgment, but first and foremost, you need to prove it to yourself. How? I'm not you, Master. Arash lowered his hand and shook his head from side to side. And I can't give you that answer. Not a single servant in Chaldea or a single person can really tell you how you can trust yourself. None of them are you. The face of the archer hardened, but Ritska felt at ease about the expression. He stepped closer to the master and brought his hand down, dropping it on his shoulder and rolling his lips inwards. Listen. There was a quiet firmness in his voice. This right now. This is where your toughest battles are going to be fought. Not against your enemies, but against yourself. You need to look deep down, to stare those demons in the eye and say, I will defeat you, and then push them aside. It sounded so simple. And yet, what if I can't? To that, the lips of Arash curled upwards into a smile. That isn't the question, Master. Taking in a breath, he tugged on his shoulder and spun him back around to face the target. The question is, how many punches do those inner demons need to take before they get the message? If they still aren't enough, well, you're allowed to rely on others. Ritska turned slightly. But you said. I said no one can give you the answer. Arash agreed, then chuckled. I never said they couldn't support you. Arash stepped forwards and then gripped his left wrist, pulling upwards and jerking his arm along. With a carefree smile, the archer pulled out the arm and then held it out straight, moving the other hand to his right and bringing it up. He curled Ritska's fingers around the bowstring. Then he let him go. It was a challenge not to lose his position then and there. All the more puzzling when Arash flicked his hand and instead of grabbing one of the arrows Ritska had been firing, he summoned forth one of his own and knocked it into the bowstring. Moving out of sight, he could feel the archer standing behind him, then two hands dropped down on either shoulder. That target has already been struck, Master. Ritska blinked. Huh. It's been hit and it just doesn't know it yet. The moment it challenged you was the moment it lost. All you're doing is turning that vision into reality. But he had spent ages firing and missing. Was he suddenly supposed to hit it now? Now then. Arash inhaled. Breathe. Ritska hesitated, then sucked in a breath, yet when he went to exhale, he felt the hands on his shoulders tightened their hold just a little. It was a silent signal for him to hold his breath. He froze up into position as Arash kept him there. Seconds ticked past. Look at the target, Master. It has already been struck. There was a pause, then the archer spoke again. Tell me. Tell him. Ritska furrowed his brows. It has already been struck. Are you asking me or telling me? He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. It felt like he had been dragged into some sort of training scene from a manga. It felt a little absurd to him, but he was left with the stronger impression that Arash was not going to let this go. His arms felt terribly sore. Even holding up the bow was proving to be a Herculean task. It has already been struck. He repeated the words from earlier, a bit more confident this time, but it was still daunting. You still don't believe. Arash chided. He could practically feel the man shaking his head behind him. Imagining the look of exasperation before it hardened. It was there in his words, the gentle firmness. I can see it, Master. Clear as day, your arrow has already struck the target. There was that confidence, that unyielding determination in the voice of the archer. Such was the surety that Ritska was starting to believe it himself. There was just something laced within the words, some sense of absolute certainty that felt far beyond encouragement. It was actually a little scary how quickly he was making Ritska believe. It's been struck. He repeated the mantra once more, this time it was louder. He put more effort into it and was caught off guard by the fact he believed it himself. Or at the very least, he was more open to the possibility than he had been before. Yet in the moment the words settled, he felt the ache in his arms. He was never going to pull the bowstring back. You tell me this, but your doubts are flowing through you like the Karun. Don't worry about your arms, don't even worry about the bow. All you need to remember is that the target has already been struck. It was hard not to focus on his arms, he could feel them trembling. Repeat it once more. The target has been struck. Again. The target has been struck. Again. The target has been struck. You can see it. He could feel it at the very least, that thrumming confidence inside of him as he stared down at the range and looked dead at the target. All the while he repeated the words inside of his head, they grew louder with each start. A chant in his mind that was booming, blocking out every other thought that would have surfaced. It was easier to say that his doubts were just drowned out. While still present, they were smothered under the shouting of Arash's demand. Draw. Ritska hissed and pulled, his arm tugging back, the resistance of the string and the sharp pain he felt in his curled fingers. It was a burning that ran through his right arm, coiling in his shoulder and practically screaming at him to let go. But it wasn't time yet. If he let go now, then he wasn't going to hit the target. Loose. The words were a sweet release. He pulled his hand back and the string twanged. He felt the whoosh of the arrow soaring past his face, and for a split second, he heard the shrill whistle of it passing through the air. Then he heard a different sound. A dull crack. He froze up on the spot, ignoring his trembling arms as he stared at the sight at the base of the range. The arrow had struck the target. It was no prize-winning shot, no dead-center guided impact. It had hit the target right at the very edge. Another couple centimeters to the right and it would have flown away into the dirt once more. But it hadn't. Because the target had already been struck, even then, even if he repeated that. Ritska felt a breath jump out of his throat. It escaped as a gasp of disbelief. He lowered his trembling arms and stared, eyes wide and brows raised high. He was sure he was gaping like an idiot. The shot was remarkably poor, and yet, to him, it was the best one he had managed so far. Now that is a fine hit. Urash's words jerked him out of his reverie. He turned and opened his mouth, but was a touch too slow as the archer beat him to it. When he met those eyes, he saw a hidden gleam in them. There was a sense of knowing inside. You hit the target, master. Urash's right hand came up and pointed downrange, fixing his attention on the target. That was all you needed to do. All anyone needs to do. The battle against our inner demons starts with a single step. It might not even relate to the problem at hand, but it begins there. He felt a hand pat him on the back and usher him forwards. Before long the two of them were marching towards the final resting place of the arrow, still lodged into the outer rim of the target. So how are you feeling? Ritska blinked. The sudden question threw him for a short loop before he responded, all without truly thinking about it. The answer just burst out of his throat, accompanied with a slight smile on his lips. Pretty good. You decided then. He went to answer, then he paused and furrowed his brows. Something sprung up towards him as he turned on Urash. The archer looked down with a wry smile on his face. But there was something that had just occurred to him at this moment. You just wanted to take my mind off it as well, didn't you? With a small shrug, Urash leaned backwards. I won't deny that, but my words were aimed for that as well. The two might not be linked in any meaningful way, but you need to look at the future and decide if this has already happened. So I ask you, Master, are you going to summon Mordred and Percival and face it head on? He opened his mouth to answer. A hand on his shoulder stopped him. It is not something that needs an immediate answer to me. A shake of the head from the man. It is you who needs the answer and you need to believe in it. No one would blame you either way if you were uneasy about it. Now he was feeling confused. But you said. I said you needed to find the answer. Urash responded. I never said what sort of answer it needed to be. Even if he said that. Ritska was sure there was only going to be one answer. Thanks for the lesson, Urash. A more open smile formed on the lips of the man. Ritska felt a more hearty pat on the shoulder as the man laughed a bit louder. Any time, master. If you're looking to pick up archery as a hobby, I can give you some tips and tricks along the way. Though I figure that Gwendolyn would probably be more over the moon if you asked him. Ritska offered a half-lidded look at the man. Urash just gave a shameless smile. Urash watched him walk away, though his eyes could already give him some indication of what the boy was going to do. Taking in a short breath, he exhaled and looked back at the target. For someone who had only just started, the archer would admit that the kid wasn't bad. He wasn't the most talented he had ever seen, but if he kept on working at it, he was sure that eventually he might make for a fairly alright archer. Reaching forwards, he took the arrow in his hand and pulled it from the target with a grunt, twirling it between his fingers before allowing it to fade away back into magical energy. The wisps of light floated off into the false breeze. He brought his hands up and dusted them down before turning his head to a distance away. He met the eyes of the crow perched in the tree. Slowly, he raised a brow. His hands dropped to his hips and he stared, waiting for them to make the first move. That was certainly kind of you. The crow spoke with a distinctly feminine voice, unsurprising given who it belonged to, or rather who was using it. Arash exhaled. I just did what anyone should have done. Give him the little nudge in the right direction, and isn't that what you did? Slipping notes through the underside of my door, really. With a small ruffling of feathers, the crow let out a gentle laugh. I believe he would have been less receptive to my words on the topic and, truth be told, anything I offered would have felt disingenuous. Even if we have spoken, I believe he might still hold strong feelings on that. Arash was at least thankful she had some semblance of self-awareness. Taking in a short breath, he turned back to the door. Just hope he's going to be alright. Hope. Velka's voice responded in a distant and almost wistful tone. What a rare commodity. Perhaps he will or perhaps he won't. All he needs to do is accept what he is responsible for and what he isn't. The two blend together for him so easily. Yet that is the folly of inexperience. With time he will understand. He didn't need to understand like that though. There was a short pause. For a moment, he assumed that the crow had vanished. Yet when he turned his head, he saw that while that was the case, it had been replaced by something else. Perched in the branches, sitting with a blank expression on her face, was Velka herself. Her eyes fixed on the back of the retreating master as he ventured beyond the doors, disappearing out of the simulator and going to who knew where. He would have guessed the summoning chamber. Velka kept silent, then he heard her give a quiet sigh. No, he did not need that to be his first experience, and it is a sin I shall correct. Arash watched her for a moment, then nodded to himself. She was genuine, at the very least. To say Mash was surprised when Senpei had suddenly shown up at her door to ask him to come with her to the summoning chamber was accurate, though not for the reason anyone would have expected. This time felt different in a way that Mash couldn't quite put her finger on. Senpei felt unusual, not quite how he would normally be like, which made her slightly concerned. Maybe he didn't realize it, but when she saw his eyes as he asked, there was something within them that just made her drop everything else and go with him. Not that she would have said no, but it felt like she couldn't say no. Thus she followed him all the way to the summoning chamber and took notice of the silence that accompanied them. It was foreboding, like a cold blanket pulled over her that wouldn't warm no matter how long she lay there. Yet when she thought to speak, she found that whatever words she wanted never seemed to emerge. As if there was something forbidding her from saying anything. Some hidden figure that had clamped a hand over her mouth and left her with little but her own presence, for whatever that was worth. Yet staring into the back of Senpai's head, watching as he walked forwards, she couldn't help but feel as though being there was all she could do. Mash hoped in her heart that it was enough. When they came upon the doors to the summoning chamber after the trip, Senpei just stopped walking and then stared. She watched his posture tense, a faint inhale and then an exhale came. Then again and again, a stream of breathing which seemed to puff him up each time he did it. She watched with a sense of. Mash felt her heart ache as she stared at him like that. From the way he was acting, it was as though he was prepared to walk through those doors and put himself into some unbearably terrible position. As if, on the other side of them, there was nothing but pain for him. At that moment, she felt a strong desire to just grab him, turn around and then go back the way they had come. Perhaps she could find a nice jigsaw puzzle for them to do together. She was certain there were a couple of those still hanging around in the cupboards, if they hadn't already been put together by some bored servants, that was. They've already been summoned. His voice drifted in the silence, a faint whisper that just barely reached her ears, but she could tell it was something directed to him. They've already been summoned. Again, this time a little louder and with a touch more confidence. Yet when combined with the image he presented, it sounded more like a warning. Then before she could even think of a response, he reached out and pressed the button for the door, opening it up and taking the first step into the room. She hesitated for barely a moment, then followed him inside while keeping herself quiet. Her eyes drifted to the window where she could already see Romani finding himself a seat, yet when she saw his face, there was only unease. There was a sharp pain hidden in his features, as if he was about to watch something unpleasant. Mash felt her guts tie themselves into knots, a deeply unsettling feeling nestled itself into her heart, her eyes swerving between Ritska and Romani as the silence dragged on. Long and agonizing, likened to someone pulling nails across a chalkboard. Senpai. Are you? Sorry, just taking a little time to psyche myself up. He turned around and faced her, offering the same smile that he would always do. No, he wasn't. It wasn't like other smiles, it looked fake. Like he was the one trying not to worry her. Senpai. Mash found her words and stepped forwards. She did not reach out to him, but the mere act of closing the distance was clearly enough. Ritsuka's expression slowly faltered until the smile was replaced with a small downturn, not quite a frown but not quite a line either. His eyes dropped, as did his shoulders. Then they closed and he nodded his head. Can you just stand here for me, please? Yes, senpai. There was no hesitation in her words and she answered with all the strength she could muster. She was not going to be going anywhere, and whatever it was that he was going to do, she would be right there for him. Because that was her role as a servant. She wasn't going to let him face danger all by himself, even if she didn't understand how she could help with this. But perhaps she did something right. He smiled at her and this one felt genuine, even if it was small. Turning to Romani, Ritsuka spoke out. Let's do this. Fujimaru-kun. The voice of the doctor came through the speakers. She could hear the strain in his words. We don't have to do this right now. Roman. Ritsuka replied back. She found herself surprised by the near demanding nature of his words, but when she looked into his eyes, they looked sad. Evidently that was all he needed to say. Romani nodded slowly and then moved to the computers. Initializing spirit origin retrieval of encountered servants. Saber class and Lancer class. Preparing for summoning. Saber and Lancer. Mash inclined her head. Then something pushed into her thoughts, right to the forefront. Saber and Lancer. The attitude in the summoning chamber. Her eyes whipped towards Ritsuka and widened, her mouth opened to say something, but too late as Romani spoke once again, words of finality. We have contact. Summoning in progress. The pillar of light was bright. Even as his eyes winced, as his pupils recoiled from the intensity, he did not blink, nor did he turn his head. Instead he kept his gaze straight ahead and looked into the light before him, as though the moment he blinked, it would wink from existence and he would be left staring at a blank space and nothing else. Wind billows past him, the pillar of blue started to twist, splashes of crimson light stretched across it, jagged and violent. Like lighting, the scarlet threads leapt from the pillar and struck the ground, sparks and hisses followed, yet he did not even so much as twitch at them. Nor even when the gentle comfort of a brighter light came. A warm embrace washed over him, like that of a nostalgic encounter and a reminder of gentler times. It was a fleeting thing, and just as quickly as it had come, it vanished along with the violence of the first. The light of the room dimmed. Two figures stood upon the summoning pad, both standing tall and proud. Though different in stature, they were equal in presence. One was akin to staring at a hurricane, a promise of untempered aggression and strength, while the other was like that of a great wall casting a long shadow. There were no words exchanged at first. His own body abruptly felt as though it was no longer present. Rather, he felt as if he was watching a scene play out. The sounds of the world fell to muted whispers and ringing. The horned helmet hissed and snapped, opening up and clanking backwards to reveal the mop of ruffled blonde hair and bright emerald green eyes. Those same eyes widened as they turned to the one next to them, a jerked step backwards and a visible look of alarm, one that was barely matched by the taller man in bleached white armor. He just looked down, and save for the faint widening of his eyes, he looked barely shocked by the encounter. His posture hardly even twitched. The two servants stared at one another, then through the haze the words of the taller knight filtered through his ears. Certainly not what I was expecting upon a summoning, yet perhaps it was more fool of me to not expect you to come, Sir Mordred. The hell is that supposed to mean? The blonde sputtered, then gave a guarded frown. What? You think I'd just hang back while all of Britain was incinerated as well and Camelot was forgotten? Hell no. Some punk thinks he can pull that shit. It was a grumble accompanied with a shake of the head. When the blonde turned, they finally looked to him and blinked, as though seeing him for the first time. Oh, so you must be our masters. A small glance in the direction of Mash, then Mordred squinted. Nah, You're a weird-looking one, ain't you? Mordred. Percival gave a small look of disapproval, one that had the knight jolt and click her tongue. Forgive them, I am certain Sir Mordred meant no harm in their own way, but as for introductions. I am Sir Percival, Knight of the Round Table. A brief silence. Ritska didn't see an ounce of recognition in those eyes. Mordred came next, taking up a breath and shooting an irritated look at her companion. Huh? Who do you think you are, introducing yourself before me? A low grumble, then she soldiered forwards and puffed out her chest, mounting Clarent on her shoulder and shooting a sharp-toothed cocky grin towards him. Name's Mordred, heir of Arthur Pendragon. So you're the one who thinks you can call yourself my master, There was a hollow feeling in his chest. Like someone had just reached in and scooped out all the emotions he was supposed to be feeling at this time. Perhaps it was a small mercy. Because he knew he would be feeling them later. Welcome to Chaldea, he replied, keeping his tone polite. I'm Ritska Fujimaru, and this is Mash. Percival offered a short bow of the head. Mordred made a face as if she had just seen something mildly unpleasant, her eyes looking him up and down from head to toe before letting out a grunt of affirmation. You a pen pusher or something? No. You sure? Yeah. A sniff and then a look of dismissal, right, whatever you say. Her head turned left and right, then she sauntered forwards and moved her left hand up, scratching the side of her cheek before speaking. So, you summoned father yet? A couple times. Mordred whipped her head towards him and squinted. The hell does that mean? Ritska kept his smile on his face, because it was the only thing he felt as though he could keep. We have summoned two separate iterations of Artoria. One is closer to the king while the other one is after she drew Caliburn. Another blink. Mordred leaned back and turned to Percival, you can do that. Percival could only offer a small shrug. Apparently you can. Though I am curious to meet a version of my king from when he still walked the lands of Britain with Merlin, Sir Kay and Sir Ector, I am certain it would be a unique experience. Yeah well, Mordred was silent for a moment, then let out another scoff. Whatever, of course father would be here. She turned back on him. Do you not remember us? Ritska stilled at the words of Mash, he dared not turn his head to face her. Mordred and Percival, however, did and looked to her with some small amount of intrigue. No, well, a brief pause, then the blonde knight squinted as her eyes darted between the two of them. I mean, you look barely familiar, I think. Like I might have seen you but, can't place it. Past summoning, huh, weird, Percival let out a faint hum as he approached. Curious. I feel much the same, by your words we have encountered one another before, yet I cannot recall the precise circumstances, a pity, but I hope that the both of us distinguished ourselves commendably as befitting of knights. Ritska jerked his head up and down. Yeah, it was a miracle his voice didn't crack. We couldn't have gotten far without you at that time. Mordred let out a bark of laughter, the grin on her face widened to reveal yet more teeth. Course you couldn't. You had me on your side. Bet it was a piece of cake, whatever it was that you were doing. Oh, right, shit, guess you're a bit young looking, ain't you? Another muttered from Mordred, then a wave of the hand. Don't sweat it. Leave the heavy lifting to me and this guy, probably to father as well. We'll have this incineration crap sorted out in no time at all. Ritska nodded his head and slowly turned around. As he did so he saw Mash staring at him. Perhaps a tour of Chaldea. If you would be so kind. The smile slipped off his face the second he had his back to them. He moved for the door and opened it, stepping out into the hallway. He was amazed he had kept his face as straight as it was. Because all he could see through that entire encounter was the bloodied corpses of the two servants staring right at him. He paused and brought his hand up. It was bright red, slick with scarlet. He took out a shuddering breath and walked forwards. Every fight started with a small step. This was the first. He just had to keep going forwards. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Harmless outings. Come now, surely you have some set aside for special occasions. He would not have called it begging, but he was eager all the same to try some of the fabled bread that Ash had been able to bake up. Among the string of failures that had preceded, Nud would very much have enjoyed sampling something rather delicious. Unfortunately, getting some of the bread was proving to be a trial unto itself. Ash, rather tragically, had not baked any today. With an expression that betrayed very little, the blonde shook his head from side to side in a rather clear-cut manner, ending whatever hopes Nud had for getting his hands on a loaf. Sighing to himself, he leaned forwards and rested his hands atop the counter, dropping his head and feeling a great cloud form over. He truly had hoped that today of all days would have been when he got the chance to have some. It was an inkling, but perhaps that was merely because it had not yet been set aside for him to try. With that renewed thought, he brought his head up high and smiled once again. Then would it be terribly forward of me if I asked for you to bake some? Ash's stare maintained itself while giving nothing away, as he had expected. Though if he were to guess the thoughts of the Avenger, it would not be long before he made a comment that there were other foods available. There are other foods available for you, and I am sure it would be faster for another to make bread to your. What is the point in learning the art of baking if you do not make use of it with every chance you are provided, lad? Nud chuckled. You of all people understand that the more you practice, the more fluent the actions become. Would it not be better to perfect your art of bread making? His words had the intended effect. A brief flicker of uncertainty drifted over the emerald eyes, and Nud took that as the chance to drive the point home. Would it not be better to refine your ability in baking on those who would suffer no ill effects, so that by the time Ritska comes about to try some, it is even better than the first time he sampled it? A silence fell after he finished, standing back and folding his arms. But Nud felt confident in the answer. Your words have logic to them, Ash said, nodding slowly as he did so. Already he was turning around and moving back into the kitchens, walking past Archer as he did so. I will begin work on a loaf. If you are so inclined, you may return and collect it within the next hour. But I will make no attempt to stop others from trying some if they wish. I would never seek for you to play favorites. He called out to the back of the retreating figure, still smiling to himself. His eyes slid away and towards the sight of a certain other figure in the kitchens who looked on with some small bemusement. Raising a brow, he shrugged his shoulders. I heard it was some rather good bread. Archer stepped towards him and hummed in a rather unconvinced manner. I suspect that the bread is not the sole reason you came for it. But that is none of my business. Jerking a thumb over his shoulder, the red-themed hero grunted. At least this way he's not throwing fireballs at the cooking surfaces in an effort to cook. I'd rather be quick to sing the praises of the man who showed him how to bake bread. Though I'm left to consider whether that should have been the first thing that should have been taught to him. Perhaps. Nud agreed, but hindsight is 20/20. I'm sure with enough grit and determination you would have broken through him, and that Tamamo girl is rather headstrong enough that she certainly wouldn't have taken the challenge lying down. HMPH. You're quite right on that front. Archer mused as he folded his arms, leaning against the fridge behind him. She'll probably be looming over his shoulder and making all sorts of suggestions as to how he can improve the bread. Good. Archer raised a brow expectantly. The teamwork will be good for him, and she can more than account for a lack of imagination on his part. Raising a silver brow, Archer tilted his head. I would have thought you'd be eager to try the unaided efforts of Avenger. Given the little performance you just put on in the first place. Nud could hardly deny that, preferable, but I'd rather see him working hand in hand with someone else. Sounds meddlesome. Quite. With no sense in denying it, he stepped away from the counter and turned away. I'm sure you'll have plenty of time to meddle as well. So I'll look forward to seeing what the two of you can whip up in due time. I'm certain that it will be rather splendid. Archer's voice echoed behind him. You sound rather confident that something like that will happen. Do I? Nud mused aloud, turning and looking over his shoulder, a faint smile playing upon his lips as he stared at Archer for a moment. There was certainly curiosity upon his face, but Nud could see through even that. Always with the double-ended questions and fishing for information with this one. But, well, that was just how he was at the end of the day, so what right did he have to complain about it? You might be right on that, but it's always the way for heroes to meddle to help someone else, isn't it? Archer snorted. I doubt that extends to kitchen work. Do you? I'm not so sure. Nud raised his hand and waved pointedly towards the man who was standing in a kitchen. With flattened features, Archer briefly looked down before he exhaled and shook his head from side to side. Clearly conceding the point, he stepped forwards and uncrossed his arms, resting his hands instead upon his hips and looking back up towards Nud. He met the steel-gray eyes with a rather cheeky smile. Come now, what harm could it do anyone? Food preparation is a rather dangerous affair, despite what anyone else might say. While servants are not susceptible to such things as food poisoning, that is no reason to let standards slip. I suppose not. Nud waved a hand. I shall see you around, Archer. Tell Ash I'll most definitely return for the bread. All he got was an affirmative grunt in response. But it did make him smile all the same. He was glad that Archer was finding something that he could well and truly enjoy. It was something deserved by that fellow. Given time, he did not doubt that he and Ash would find that they likely had more in common with one another than they first realized, and it was all about finding that initial foundation for a budding friendship. Or he was getting a bit too optimistic. He chuckled to himself as he exited the cafeteria and continued on his way. Well, time would tell. He leaned through the doorway and smiled. Ah, I figured this is where you would be. Wah! A brief, and rather high-pitched, scream of confusion greeted him instead of a regular hello and good morning. It was enough for him to step back slightly, but he did not let it dissuade him in the least as he stepped into the room completely and nodded his head towards the other individual who had turned to greet him with a silence and a mere inclination of the head. And Altera, it is good to see you as well. How fares civilization today? It has not shown itself to be unacceptable so far. Good, glad to hear it. He strode forwards and towards the table between the two of them, stopping for a moment and resting his hands on the back of the chair beside the caster, glancing at the girl and smiling. Would it be rude of me to sit down here? Beatrice looked rather mortified at him. Well, he supposed she was rather human and he was a god. Even if he didn't much think of himself that way, it could not be denied it was part of their combined nature. Still, it was the wishes of both Nud and Nuada that they join the duo for whatever little thing they were currently doing, so he was rather interested. But he wouldn't want to force the girl. If it troubles you. You, Beatrice fumbled through the sentence, then reached up and yanked the rim of her hat down to completely cover her face. The next words delivered through a rather muttered and quiet tone of voice. Sure. He raised a brow and shared a glance with Altera. She was sending him a rather narrowed gaze, sizing him up and down as though he was some sort of thing to hunt. I'd rather not be accused of using my divinity to intimidate you into agreeing. You can refuse my offer if you wish to do so. No. It's fine. The answer seemed to mollify Altera as she loosened herself back and turned her attention across to the caster. Nud, meanwhile, took a seat at the table and pulled himself closer to the pair, locking his fingers together and resting his arms upon the table, glancing between the duo for a couple of seconds before he looked down at whatever it was that occupied their time. He felt a smile pull wider over his lips as he stared at it. Let me guess, Ritska came up with this idea. Altera gave a sharp nod of the head. He said it would alleviate boredom. Pharaohs agreed. This is the first of their attempts from his specifications. I believe she requested more material for transmutation. Saying that, the woman leaned forwards and took up more of the blocks into her hands and held them up, examining them with squinted eyes. I did not think it was a worthwhile application of resources, but Master claimed it would be good civilization. Is it? Her silence was neither a yes or a no. But he supposed there was time. He looked down at the rather haphazard design the servant had conjured up and tilted his head ever so slightly. The placement of the multicolored plastic bricks and the utter lack of any cohesion would have certainly looked chaotic, and indeed, that is certainly how it appeared to him, but he was utterly fine with that. Well, you seem to be making good use of them all the same. Altera turned briefly to him, then looked down at her creation. I was told to put them together and try to make something. Betty did it better. A house is good civilization. Beatrice made a rather cute mewling noise under the hat, still cloaking her face from view, but Nud was absolutely certain that without it, there would be no doubt the girl would be blushing up a storm from the praise. It was rather sad in its own right that she was so shy when given such open kindness. I would say that she has taken to these rather quickly. He leaned forwards and examined the little hut which Beatrice had constructed with the blocks. Having taken to this as a fish would take to water. I'd say you've built up quite the skill. Beatrice went silent. She raised the rim of her hat and stared at him rather emptily. Was that a pun? Nud smiled. Yes. She did not laugh or even look amused. His smile wavered. Was it not funny? It wasn't very strong. Oh. He leaned back and cupped his chin. Thinking for a moment. I guess my humor is made of wood rather than bricks. Beatrice slowly looked down at the plastic blocks, then back towards him. Her silence was rather oppressive in its own manner. Apparently his humor wasn't being appreciated. Still, changing the topic, he angled his head at the little house and grinned. That is still impressive all the same. How long before you decide to make some extensions to it or build a forest? I understand that you are a witch of the woods. Beatrice seemingly found her sense of shyness again and shuffled inwards to herself and looked back down. Well, I was just experimenting with it. Looks to me like you experimented rather well. He turned to Altera. Perhaps a combined effort between the two of you could yield up a tiny little town or woodland. Altera blinked slowly and turned to face him. It was always a face that made emotions hard to discern, but he figured that she was currently debating it. A belief that he found stronger as she glanced down and picked up the little plastic thing she had been spending however long making. Tilting it around in her hands and eventually lowering it down before furrowing her brows. If it was brown and green, it would look like a bush. I suppose it would, yes. Nud agreed. I'm sure there are plenty left for the both of you. Standing up, he leaned forwards further along the table towards the direction of the box where the plastic building blocks were stored. Reaching out with his silver arm and pinching the edge, he dragged it towards himself and looked in. Or perhaps not. His eyes climbed back up. Altera met his gaze with a slow shake of the head. These are prototypes. Pharaohs said she would make more. Well, that's good then. He nodded along and folded his arms, smiling down at the pair of them. If you're going to make a little woodland, then it would be best if you started drawing up a few little plans. You'd want your plastic land to be a good civilization, wouldn't you? Altera perked up ever so slightly and nodded her head before stopping. Yes. It shouldn't have anything which would make it a bad civilization. Then, if I were to make a suggestion, I believe this manner of craft would fall in line with a certain winged girl. He envisioned that Caffrey would most certainly find some humor with this. And her older sister, he added on, because something of such simple enjoyment would certainly appeal to Hanlith as well, or so he assumed. His eyes glided between both Beatrice and Altera for a few moments. The pair looked across to one another before the latter of the two gave a tilt of the head. Working together is good civilization. That sounded like a good go-ahead to him. Beatrice shuffled for a few seconds, glancing down to her little hut and sliding it back and forth as she looked over it for a few times, then raised her head up to meet him before giving a hesitant nod. He maintained eye contact for a few moments, softening his expression in the hope that she got the message across that he wasn't trying to force her. The more confident nod of the head she gave was proof enough for him that she was fine. Clapping his hands, he stepped back. In that case, I'll go get them to come over. I'm sure those two will have a rather enjoyable time of it all. He'd left them not long after that. It was less of an effort than he thought it would have been, or perhaps knew it would have been, but that was all in the past now. Standing at the edge of the common area with arms folded, he smiled rather lightly at the group now working together to create their own little Lego town with what pieces they had on hand. Though he was sure that they would need to run out to gather more supplies for transmutation at some point. But Nud would be quite happy to volunteer for something like that. Stepping away from the wall, he traded one last look to the group and took in their expressions. It was rather amusing to see the way in which the tables had turned on Caffrey and how the normally confident young girl was now being led around by her older sister, the exaggerated hand movements and the expression of sheer focus on her face as she pointed around was a sight to behold. A pity that he didn't have a camera for it. Flan would enjoy the sight. But, speaking of his fellow god, his eyes climbed up to the wall-mounted clock and he snorted, quickly departing the room and making his way through the halls towards his destination. He had an appointment to keep with the Flame King, inclining his head as he passed by his fellow servants as well. "Good morning to you, Astolfo." "Morning, Nud." The paladin greeted him in his usual chipper manner, sliding to a halt and whirling around to face him fully. The action got him to slow his own steps and meet the paladin's grinning face. "Oh, I made a note of something and I really just managed to remember what it was." Holding up his right hand, the smaller rider showcased the red string attached to his finger, waving it back and forth before slipping his hand into his shirt around his collar and wearing a rather strained face as he pushed deeper. Nud patiently waited, counting in his head before ending on the number 5. "Aha." Astolfo wrenched the little note free and unfolded it. "Thanks the spar. You don't need to thank me for helping you keep your skills sharp, lad." Nud chuckled and shook his head. "But I'm always open for you if there should ever be something you have need of. Whether it be a spar or an ear to lend. On that topic, I had thought to go fishing but, I'm not sure you'd manage all that well." It did hurt to admit, but it was an action that required patience. Unfortunately, the paladin did not have that. Astolfo looked far from wounded though. "Oh yeah, I'd never be good at that. Could you imagine trying to sit still for more than 5 seconds? Nah, couldn't be me. I'd rather go out and run after something. You ever do hunting? That's always a bit more exciting. Especially when you're chasing down a boar. Really thrilling, right? We should totally do that." Nud watched as the boy jumped up and down as though he had lightning instead of blood. All the while he was running through a dozen little scenarios of his own regarding hunting or some other sport. Oh, maybe we could start a prank war. That would be great. I bet people would enjoy something like that, right? Prank war. Nud raised a brow. "I cannot say either way. Though I'd leave it to you to decide whether you want to do it or not. So long as it doesn't get out of hand and remains relatively harmless." "Harmless? Sure, it's no fun if people are getting hurt." Astolfo scoffed and waved a hand. "I bet Ruler would find it hilarious. Maybe I could do something to Saber of Red." "Ah, wait, she might get mad, Astolfo squinted and drummed his index finger on his chin. "Well, far be it from him to leave the boy in suspense. Hide pictures of yourself everywhere in her room." Astolfo blinked and turned to him. Take amusing photos of yourself and then hide them in random places in her room. Under her pillow, in her wardrobe, behind her desk. Random places that defy common sense." Several more blinks. Then Astolfo threw back his head and laughed rather loudly. "What the heck? PFF'd. That's so weird. It's great." He turned on his heel and sprinted away. "I'm gonna steal someone's camera and a printer." Nud rolled his eyes and turned back around. Yes, that was definitely going to be weird but rather harmless. But there was always something else he could check on. Especially as it was on the path to where he had agreed to meet up with Flan beforehand. Picking up the pace, he jogged on ahead and moved slightly faster until he was at the far end of the hallway and stepped into the elevator. Though he'd only barely made it to the button before he stopped for a moment, glancing back to the hallway and then standing perhaps an inch or two to the right and then waiting. Folding his arms behind his back, he mentally counted down. Then a blur shot around the corner and rapidly closed in towards him. Nud inclined his head and then reached out and pressed the button. The air rushed past him as the weight launched itself into the elevator, not even a split second before the doors shut and whatever was chasing the blur slid to a halt just outside. Though Nud felt a light shudder travel through him at the rather dangerous intent which radiated through the door of the lift. If the servant on the other side was so inclined, he doubted they would let themselves be stopped by something as simple as metal doors. "I assume you misspoke, Satanta." "Yeah, Yeah, a panting voice behind him answered. Nud glanced and recognized the caster form of the servant in question. Slowly climbed back up to his feet and leaned forwards, still breathing heavily as beads of sweat trailed down his brow. Nud doubted it was from exhaustion. Asked you about the runes, did she? Satanta nodded his head up and down before stopping. Very slowly he turned his neck and squinted towards Nud. A trace amount of suspicion in his eyes. How do you know about that? Nud glanced at him and raised a brow. I've seen how you use those runes of yours. Very skilled, I might say, but a far cry from how your Lancer self would use them. Leaves me with the conclusion that there's something rather different between how you decide to wield the runes and how he does. Or he can just half-ass things because he has the damn spear. Satanta grumbled as he rather petulantly folded his arms. Meanwhile I'm stuck with trying to strike people with a wooden staff. That's all the difference is between us. He gets the spear, so now I have to try and work with runes. Raising a hand, the caster pointed at him. I hate doing that, let me tell you. Nud hummed. I can imagine, and you have my sympathy, lad. I know you went through an awful lot for that spear. Understatement of the century. Shaking his head, he shrugged. Whatever, teacher went and asked about it and I said that maybe she wasn't quite remembering the same thing. She took that as a slight. She took that as a slight against her age, yeah. Clicking his tongue, he then threw up his arms. What the hell? I never once mentioned her age and suddenly she's throwing words into my mouth. You know she tried to kick Guy Bulb at me. Kick it at me. Saw her winding up her leg and everything. So you ran. Satanta raised a brow and gave him a pointed look. Wouldn't you? Nud replied only with a lopsided smile. Of course he would have run. But he wouldn't have made a comment like that in the first place. Well, best of luck. Huh. Luck. A dry retort and rather strained. Yeah, always been my biggest supporter, luck. You can tell just by looking at my life. Nud hummed, I'll tell you what. If you still live at the end of the day, we'll go on a fishing trip and I'll see if I can't find us some drink to go with it. Satanta paused for a moment, then glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Really? Yes. On my honor. All right then. Puffing himself up, the caster gave a rather sharp grin. In that case, the hag can hit me with her best shot. The doors chose that moment to open up, the pair of them turned to the corridor that greeted them. And the rather thin smile of Scathach on the other end. Well, if you are offering, Satanta. Her words were indeed sweet, perhaps even cordial, if it were not for the fact she radiated bloodlust like a beast. Nud found himself stepping a bit more to the side and putting some greater distance between himself and Caster, who was now looking rather baffled. I suppose this hag will have to make sure she doesn't disappoint. The blue-haired man scrambled backwards and pointed. How the foo? How did you get here? Spirit form is faster than an elevator, Satanta. She responded with, raising a brow and leaning on one side. Perhaps if you'd focused your mind for a moment, you would have recalled such a simple fact. Her eyes slid towards him and pointedly looked up and down. Nuada. Scathach. You're looking well today. The exercise does you a service. She adopted a coy smirk. Flattery. Are you searching for something? At least 30 feet of distance away from the two of you would suffice. Giving a rather amused chuckle, she jerked her head away from herself and further down the hallway. It was more than enough incentive for him. Stepping out of the elevator and moving past the Lancer, he waved over his shoulder and called back. The offer remains on the table, Satanta. I'll be seeing you later. He didn't get much in the way of words as a response. Merely the ominous, and somewhat intimidating, chuckle from Scathach which promised him that perhaps their intended meeting would not be as guaranteed as first assumed. No, he knew better than that. Satanta would certainly show up bruised and a little grumpy, but he'd show up all the same. The door opened up as he pressed on it, then stepped into the room and looked about for a moment. Raising a brow at the lack of individuals inside before shrugging and moving further in. Slow day, Elrin. What? Oh, you. A rather lackluster greeting if ever there was one. He glanced over to the woman as she stepped out from behind one of the shelves and watched him for a few moments, then turned away just as quickly and resumed sorting through her documents, as he assumed she was doing before he arrived. As for your question, I would consider it a peaceful day. If ever there is such a thing. Nud remarked as he stepped across the room and leaned forwards, raising a brow at the pile of papers on the table and turning his head just enough that he could read them rather clearly. Humming to himself and nodding his head as he found the title. You have been speaking with Ferrum then, have you? I assume Havel has been rather less forthcoming. He looked up to find Elrin giving him a rather dry look. Given his hatred of mages, it goes without saying. Yes, I imagine that would make conversations a touch strained at the best of times. But the tolerance that Ritska had managed to instill into the bishop was proof enough that even with his dislike of mages and madness enhancement clouding much of his faculties, it would not be long before the man was able to eventually set aside his anger just enough that he could speak openly of the past. Albeit with a doubtless biased sense about it. But such was the cost of speaking with a berserker. I have faith in your work ethic that you shall see it through. Elrin looked at him dubiously. It is not a joke or a slight, before you come to that conclusion. I am speaking rather earnestly of you. He straightened himself out and found that he could not quite resist the next remark. Francis has sung enough of your praises for that. The reaction was muted but present all the same, the slight stiffening of her posture and the way her eyes darted to his own and widened merely a fraction before turning away. It was the picture-perfect response of trying to be nonchalant and failing rather miserably at that. Yes, well, he seems to have a problem with learning how to keep things to himself. Nud shrugged. I don't think it's a bad thing for friends to sing the praises of another. It is during work hours. Ah. Nud chuckled. So it's fine for me to speak with him during his breaks then. I'll be sure to save all the questions for when he's not working. A tremor ran across her shoulders and before long, she was sending a rather sharp look towards him which was very nearly a pout, but she had reined it in enough that it remained merely a look of annoyance. With yet another chuckle in the back of his throat, he raised his hands in surrender. I jest. Though it is not as though I wish to be accused of playing favorites. You are allowed to speak of him as well if you so wish. I'm sure it would be a delight for him to learn that you are also willing to list his good points to those who would ask. Good points. She muttered back and turned her head. I would hardly call being a gossip a good point, as you so eloquently put it. Nud inclined his head to her. Perhaps, but he could also be enthusiastic that he wakes up every day and reminds himself that he's friends with someone like you. I imagine that makes him rather proud. Elrin jerked and whipped her head around, staring at him with raised brows. Proud? What? Francis might be a gossip. He pulled a cheeky smile. But it does not mean that I am. Pulling her face into an irritated frown, she swiftly turned around and huffed, grumbling something that was most assuredly unflattering under her breath. Nud hummed and pretended not to hear any of it, watching her as she worked in silence. He paced across the room until he was beside the desk and reached out, placing his hand against some of the papers and moving them around, pretending as though he was doing something as he snuck a glance towards the woman. He is a good listener though, you must admit. Elrin gave little indication that she heard him at first, at least until he heard a rather quiet, but still clear, hum of acceptance. His lip twitched upwards for a moment. I was actually rather impressed with how he could divert his attention between listening and working so splendidly. Something of a talent, wouldn't you admit? At that, Elrin grunted. Because you've seen him clean glasses while giving mumbled acknowledgments. He's much better at multitasking more complicated assignments. I believe his record is submitting 4 papers at one time while working on a project in the alchemical department. He is merely limiting himself at the moment. Nud raised his brows and managed to smother his grin into a tiny smile. Really? Alchemical? I suppose that explains why he is currently working in the lounge. Elrin huffed. The drinks? Hardly. He is a conversationalist. He told me it's just a coincidence that it happens to fall in line with his craft at times but, I compare how he looks when in his department with the time I've seen him at work and he looked rather more at peace. I assume that was a more pleasing sight. It was a difference that I did not. She suddenly went stiff. Nud quickly glanced away and tried to look as innocent as possible, but he could not help but notice her slowly turn her neck in his direction, head leaning forward so that her fringe covered her eyes. There was certainly no ignoring the dusting of pink on her cheeks. I said none of that. Nud bit his lower lip. None of what? Exactly. With a sharp nod, she turned back around, though it looked as though she might have lost her pace a little. But once again, he could hardly help himself. See how easy it is. How easy what is? Nothing happened. Nud grinned. Of course. He stepped away from the desk. You know, I'm sure if you visited him once in a while, he would gossip less. Or if he came up to you. Our shifts do not match, and she turned sharply and frowned at him. Why am I telling you this? No. There are more important things to be done than whatever it is you are trying to pull here. Humanity is at stake. There is no time for trivialities or distractions. We both agreed to it. Nud hummed and nodded. A distraction during work, yes. Though surely there can be no harm in setting aside 5 minutes during a break to pay one another a visit just to wish the other well and then going about your day, can there? I would consider it a rather basic necessity between friends. We can manage just fine. He held up his hands and turned to the door. If you say so, then that is how it is. After all, the best friendships are not constrained by mere distance. Please leave. Indeed. I've got to head to the lounge. There was a rather strangled noise behind him. He made it right to the door before looking over his shoulder towards Elrin. She faced him with a rather tight expression which rather swiftly vanished and was replaced with a more composed face. I'm sure you will recall nothing happened here. Naturally. Though I will be sure to let Francis know you wish him a good morning. He hammered the door button and was out of the room before his words registered on her face, bolting down the corridor as though he were still a child and fighting back a giggle all the while. Though he would not say it to her face, Francis was often much the same when he spoke of her. That pair of them, really. He would be willing to bet that Francis would wear much the same expression when he did the exact same thing to him. Nud was aware that he was a touch later than he would have hoped. That being said, he did not feel all that worried about it. Especially as the door to the lounge opened up and he entered the room, casting a look towards the bar and nodding towards Francis in greeting. The man briefly paused in his cleaning and looked towards him, smiling and nodding his head back. Having a good day today. Can't complain, Francis said. Been one of the more interesting ones so far, I can at least say. I can imagine. Nud turned and looked towards the far corner of the table where he could already hear the animated discussion between Nero and Flan. Not a pair that many would have assumed could get along with one another, but Nud was aware of one little thing that others would not have been. Flan had an interest in the arts as well. Not a well-known fact, he would admit. But anyone with enough care would realize it should the subject ever be brought up. So then, before I brave the wilderness that is a conversation between Nero and Flan. Francis rolled his eyes but still remained amused. Has Elrin been down here recently? I understand that with all the work going on and those helpers she's managed to gain, it might be a bit stressful for her at times. Elrin's always been rather composed. Francis shook his head. I've never seen her get stressed about anything before but, His brows pinched together and his movements slowed for a brief moment, they quickly resumed as he set the glass down and rolled his jaw from side to side. I did hear that she got some less friendly sort around her. I heard the dragon woman is a bit of an eccentric, but there's no problem there, right? There was no disguising the concerned nature of the words. A call might be many things, but I am certain she would never wish to bring any harm to Elrin. Rather, I would wager the Mother of Dragons considers Elrin to be one of the most important people in Chaldea. Doubly so with her impressive memory. A raised brow. She's that big a fan of the archives. She's passionate about stories and Elrin is the one who manages them. Nud added on to his point. So I can assure you that your friend is actually in remarkably safe hands. Beyond that, I doubt Sullivan would ever truly wish to try and harm someone who was creating an unbiased account of everything. He might have his pride, but so long as the story favors no one side, he could probably tolerate, at best, the idea of a historical account not being too flattering towards his words. It might not have been the whole truth. But it was more than enough for him to see the visible tension melt away on the shoulders of the man, his head bobbed up and down and the relief soaked through his skin. No reason to be worried then. Hey, I'm the one who gets a bunch of actual warriors coming through my door and drinking booze, and somehow I'm worried over her in the library. Not much sense there. Nud shook his head. Quite the contrary, it makes perfect sense to me. Though I suppose the two of you could certainly do with a break for yourselves. If nothing else, it would do you well to be in the company of your fellows without fear of some terrible drunken lout. Francis sputtered out a laugh. Drunken lout? Surely not yourself. Well, you've never seen me drunk before. Arguing back, he folded his arms and upturned his chin. I could be quite rowdy. Francis remained visibly dubious, though further conversation between the two of them was put on hold when a voice echoed out from behind him. Ah, there he is. Nud. Come, come, you stand so far from us. That will be my wilderness calling now. I'm sure you'll be fine. Nud smiled and inclined his head, stopping only for a moment before he turned back and waved a finger towards the man. Oh, if I should pass by the archive, I will be sure to pass along your well wishes to Elrin. I'm certain that she could do with them. Francis blinked, then quickly cleared his throat and turned his head down. I'm sure she'd be fine if she didn't need to worry about me asking after her. MMMMH. Of a pair. With smothered mirth, he turned from the counter and strode across the room towards both Flan and Nero, glancing between the two of them and bowing his head ever so slightly. I apologize for the delay, I suppose the time got away from me while I was handing out my greetings. Sitting himself down opposite Nero and beside Flan, the petite blonde waved her hand as if to hear if it was something she was unconcerned with. It is natural that any ruler would spread cheer wherever they might go. How else would one's subjects look forward to catching sight of them? Though I understand that not all can be graced with such beauty as I. Still, I am certain you have the personality for it. Nud offered a wry smile. Worry not, Nero. I'll be sure to avoid competing in any beauty contests when you stand as my opponent. I know when I am beaten. Preening at his words, she shuffled into her seat and grinned all the wider. But you have come at a most flawless time, Nud. I was regaling Flan with the great feat of when I slew a lion in the streets while wearing nothing at all. Well, that was certainly a conversation to sit down to. He slid his eyes to his direct right, Flan doing much the same as him in a shared moment of silence before they both looked back to the Emperor. Feeling adventurous that day, were you? Of course. Folding her arms, she puffed out her chest and grinned all the wider. I recall that on that day I felt as though I was truly kindred with the great heroes of ancient Greece. The mighty Hercules inspired me with his slaying of the Nemean lion, and I declared that I would do much the same. So I stripped myself bare and fought the beast with nothing more than my own 2 hands. Impressive, he responded with, rolling his jaw and smiling. I'll be sure to warn Sanora the next time you feel inspired. Nud felt rather proud of that little joke. Flan released a muffled groan beside him. Nero, meanwhile, adopted a face of bemusement for perhaps half a second before it shone bright with understanding, and she threw back her head with a laugh. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the Iron Lion who fought by the side Holy Progenitor during the festival. That is indeed a sight to behold, I would indeed fight her if she would agree to meet me naked or in armor. I am uncaring as to which. Whether it be skin or steel, I shall never let one accuse Rome of cowardice in the face of a challenge. Bewildering as it might be for you to strip down to your skivvies and then wrestle a beast to the death, I am rather more irritated that your citizens did not find much impression within the act itself. Nero wilted a moment. Yes, that does rather put a damper on things. I am rather puzzled as to how they would interpret all of it so poorly. We were all fans of the great stories of Hercules, so what would be strange about trying to emulate him when I had the ability to do so? Most curious. Nud inclined his head. You did get to see him in action, fighting a god of war and a dragon, so I heard. It was a thoroughly amusing match. Flan remarked off at the side. The Emperor grinned. It was indeed. I was astounded by the sheer power of the demigod. To see such a thing before my eyes. Most astounding, and it would have been all the more thrilling, if I was granted the chance to actually view the fight rather than be forced to duck and weave between blows. Nud grunted. Perhaps next time. Nero hummed. Perhaps. Do you suppose he would agree to wrestle me? No, I can't imagine he would ever refuse. Truly, can you imagine a more fearsome match between us? Fighting in my Colosseum. He tried to imagine it. He was left with a rather unfortunate mental image as he compared the diminutive woman to the footage and accounts of the so-called Nerifest and the one known as Heracles. I am sure it would be memorable. And we must not let it be outdone. He declared with a grin, then nudged Flan in the shoulder. Let us strip you down naked and find a beast to fight. Flan blinked twice, then double-talked, brows shooting up his forehead. What? Have you lost your mind? Of course not. Nud waved his metal hand. Surely you can see the great spectacle it would be as you demonstrate your power before a crowd and do battle against some fearsome beast. Displaying to all the might of a king as you pummel into submission some great and fearsome creature. He might have been going a little overboard with his words, but it did paint an amusing picture all the same. And he was teasing. Flan huffed and shook his head. There is more to being king than spectacle. I can achieve much the same with some of the great works of art and towers for the use of the public. The venues where they would find theater and dance readily available to them. Nero leaned forwards at that. Did you partake? No. She looked rather stricken at that. Why ever not? Surely that is the finest stage for an emperor to be at. Flan raised a brow. Perhaps because I am no juggler or dancer. You are a king, Nero declared. You can be whatever you wish. You cannot say you have never wanted to show off in front of your daughters. Nud added on. Flan was tellingly silent at the mention of his children, reaching up and pinching his brows between his fingers but still keeping the silence. It was all he needed to know that the man was clearly debating it. Have you ever tried to sing? Once. Oh, that sounded strained. Apparently I was passable. Nud leaned closer, as did Nero. The flame god exhaled and hunched his shoulders, sharply folding his arms. What sort of king would go out and start singing to the crowds? Hardly one that would deserve much respect. You are to be the highest authority in the land. Not some common reveler. Not every king and queen is the same. Nud remarked, turning his head and giving a faint signal to Francis. I was indeed an emperor, and I was just as comfortable on the stage as I was as the emperor. Nero added on, puffing out her chest once more. Though if you feel pressure when compared to me, do not despair. There are few who could ever come to match my sheer glamour. At least none can accuse you of a lack of confidence. Flan muttered, but I remain stalwart against such an idea. That is fine. Nud reassured him, laying a comforting hand on his shoulder. We shall work on breaking down that stalwart defense of yours. He got an exasperated roll of the eyes. But it was still amusing. A worthwhile day indeed. He made his way back to the cafeteria with the full expectation of finding some of the bread baked by Ash waiting for him. Indeed, one might have called him a touch excited over the prospect of it. But as he walked he found himself slowing his steps until he eventually ground to a halt, his lips pulled up ever so slightly, and he found himself eventually standing alone. Looking onwards before he dropped his head and exhaled. He turned around and allowed a soft smile to cross his lips. We are alone if you wish for privacy. Golden light pulled together, the shape formed right before him. Has this day been to your liking so far, King Gilgamesh? The blonde huffed. This day has been as dull as those that preceded it. Even with the interruption of that spot of mirth in Chaldea did nothing more than provide a brief distraction to this dull place. I'm sorry to hear that. Gilgamesh turned crimson eyes onto him. Of that I am sure you are. Stepping forwards, the golden-armored man folded his arms and angled his head to one side. Is this truly how you shall spend your days here? Chasing after these mongrels and playing nursemaid to them? Nud waved an arm. I see no harm in it. HMPH. It is terrible boring. Such is most of life. Nud remarked with a chuckle. Not all of us can stomach the thrilling adventures you and your friend got up to in your youth. More's the pity for them. With a scoff, Gilgamesh shook his head. None could ever claim to match my experiences with Enkidu, and any who would be so bold as to even dream of such a thing. The warning trailed into silence, but the implication was left open to the world. Nud nodded. Of course. Friendships are not contests on who proves themselves the greater. Not to all of us, though some friends are valued more highly than others at times. It would be inappropriate to put a value to such a bond and then try to market it against another, would it not? HMPH. Mongrels may flaunt their bonds as they wish, so long as they keep my name from their lips. Such as you say. Nud agreed, then adopted a wry look. But I believe that if your friend were here now, you would waste little chance to demonstrate just how great he is to any who would have the time to listen. Whether they were to ask or not. Of course, Gilgamesh boasted. If they are to bask in my brilliance, it would only be natural they would demonstrate the same reverence to the one I extol as my equal. Nud raised a brow. I doubt that Enkidu would hold himself to the same standard as you. The face of the man slowly shifted until it showed nothing. Of course. Such is his right as his own individual. That is merely how I would display a treasure of mine. Well, we shall leave that for the future then. We got quite off topic, didn't we? Did we? Perhaps not. Nud shrugged. All the same, so long as they are all happy, I am content to have played a small role in that. It is, after all, what I am often best at. Gilgamesh folded his arms. To think that even now you would slave yourself away to the whims of others. It seems finding your divine counterpart has granted you no further wisdom beyond that of a stepping stone. Such fleeting ambitions. Nud blinked. I'm surprised. I would accuse you of showing concern, but we both know that is not the case. Fortunate you do, else I would have your tongue for making such an outrageous claim. Despite the threat being rather genuine, Nud could not quite help the smile that formed on his lips in the face of such words. It was truly just like Gilgamesh to make such a threat sound as utterly natural as the act of breathing. HMPH. Very well then. Gilgamesh turned and waved a hand. I have no further care for whatever you might do. Even if I were to seek out Enkidu when he was summoned. At that, he stopped. It is the right of my friend to decide whom he might interact with. He might be my treasure, but I am not his owner. I'm jealous. As you should be. Our friendship is the pinnacle. With that done, the king vanished into motes of gold and carried away to parts unseen. He rather enjoyed that conversation with him, perhaps he would seek out another one in the future. Though perhaps not too soon in the future, he doubted that Gilgamesh would find the appeal in having him linger around and prove something of a nuisance. Nud stared at only a single slice of bread and raised a brow. The bread was more popular than I imagined. Ash's words brought about a dry snort. Of that I can see. Might I? It is there for everyone to consume if they wish. Nud looked up and met his gaze. Yes, but it is still polite to ask. Emerald eyes lingered on him for a moment, then towards the bread before he gave a slow nod of the head. Permission received. Nud caught the bread between his fingers and brought it up, taking a bite and then leaning back as he savored the taste. Far from the best, but far from the worst. It is good. Ash was quick with the retort. It could be better. Nud snapped his finger and pointed. Then keep on driving yourself until you have made the perfect bread, if it so concerns you. I look forwards to sampling the perfect loaf. An odd aspiration. With a shrug, he took another bite. Any more odd than striving to bake a perfect loaf of bread? Ash responded with only a silent stare, then he turned around and walked off. It truly was some fine bread. It tasted just as he remembered. Ah, no, that wasn't right. You got them confused again. He whispered to himself with a mirthless chuckle. It tasted just as he would remember. Our divergent paths. I just don't think a sword is right for me. It's a comment that barely holds his attention as he drags the whetstone over the blade. If there is one thing that can dent titanite, it is the unbreaking scales of the dragons. Then wield a spear. He replies without diverting his attention away from the sword. Tried those but they just seem to, There isn't a lot of power when I swing them around. At those words, he stops for a brief moment and raises his head, turning towards the direction of the speaker and staring at them. It would be no different from looking in a mirror, save for the difference in expression. They are identical. Brothers, one and all. The face of detached contemplation that barely registers their situation lingers on him, his brows furrow at the sight of them as he tries to think of an answer to what they just said. Yet he cannot come up with a single word. Swing them around. He repeats the words in a flat tone, hoping that he heard wrong. Instead, his conversation partner nods his head dejectedly, arms folding over his chest and a sigh spilling out from between his lips. And I tried to see if they could forge me a larger sword, but even that doesn't feel quite right for me. He can't understand what is being spoken of here. They are identical, even the difference in weapons is nothing more than the need for diversity within the formations. They have no personal preference for what they wield, be it a spear, a sword or a bow. They are all capable of wielding the arms of the Silver Knights depending on whatever role they are called to. So he is curious as to whether this is some sort of joke. But the look on their face lacks any sort of humor. He straightens out and frowns. Sword forgotten as he stares at this one person, he is not alone as the others in the armory are starting to turn their heads in tandem. Within moments there is silence as they all stare at the one individual who is somehow oblivious to the shared thought running through the minds of all of them. What is wrong with this brother? Another one, huh? His head turned to the groan that was doubtless not meant for his ears, nothing more than a private complaint, but he was drawn towards it all the same as Captain Okita leaned over her desk and pressed a palm against her temple. He could see the way her eyes glazed over as they beheld the form in front of her. From that, his attention shifted to the person who had delivered the report. Siegfried, the Dragon Slayer. Staring at the man was painful at times, he turned his eyes after only a moment. Sorry. Siegfried inclined his head. Captain Okita exhaled and waved her hand. No, it's not your fault, so there's no need to apologize for it. Quite frankly, I should have expected something like this to happen sooner, but, ah well. He turns from the conversation and fixes his attention on his own reports. There is something calming about it as he puts pen to paper and writes out the events of the day. If there could even be called events for his patrol, there is little that happens when he moves through the areas. Though he starts to suspect that is because the troublemakers have wisened up to his movements and are trying to avoid him. Perhaps changing his patrol times would aid them in that regard. It is a thought worth considering at another time. A faint hiss draws his eyes up as the door opens. He stares blankly as Sir Gareth of the Round enters the room with a frown and then glances about for a few moments, clearly searching for something before the frown deepened further. Hands on her hips, she turns and faces his direction before speaking up. I don't suppose you have seen Verndari, have you? I encountered them earlier in the day, yes. Archon raised a brow behind his helm. Is there some issue that they should be made aware of? Gareth pauses for a moment, a curious expression flies over her features as she goes wide-eyed and rooted to the ground. Slowly peeling her vision from him and sharply down to the ground, lips rolling inside and shaking her head. No, just wondering was all. He's encountered more convincing pickpockets. But it is as expected. A knight shouldn't lie. The thought is like ash in his mind and he feels a pang of disgust shoot through him for a moment, but he quickly buries it and nods his head up and down, returning to the report and continuing his work. He is about halfway down the page before he notices that Sir Gareth has yet to depart the room. Rather, her shadow has moved closer to his desk than before and he gradually raises his head once again to stare at her. Not that she looks at him, rather she has her arms folded and her gaze fixed completely upon the door. With her back to him, he cannot see her face but he can assume the expression she is making from how tense her shoulders are. He goes back to writing after a few seconds. Archon. Yes, Captain. The call from Okita is almost welcome to distract him from whatever shenanigan this is. Can you accompany Siegfried? Apparently Pharaohs has been messing with some of the lights again and we need to figure out which ones she's been trying to rip apart. With a nod of the head, he quickly stands up and sets his pen down. Though he barely manages to get around his desk before another voice, quieter than the other, speaks up and has him incline his head towards it. How was Verndari when you saw them? Gareth still is not looking at him and he cannot quite place the expression on her face, nor does he really want to think about it all that much. Instead he just answers bluntly and continues on his way. They are carrying on. What was he to say? He did not inquire about their physical nature and nor does he find himself caring for it all that much in the first place. With that interaction over, he heads off with Siegfried from the office and into the hallway, passing by one of the humans, Sylvia, a blonde woman wearing the standard Chaldean uniform with an orange tinge to the front, as they step into the hall and briefly catches the eyes of the woman. They stop for a moment and he does not miss the way their eyes dart just behind him towards his cap before her shoulders slump a little in relief. Then she keeps on moving as though nothing happened in the first place. But Archon saw it all the same, it was impossible to miss. Have you been burdened by the other Silver Knight? Calling out brings a sudden stop to Sylvia. The woman turns to face him for a moment before shaking his head from side to side. No. Her response is rather smooth but he does not fail to notice the faint way her cheeks tinge red for a brief moment. Just, thought you might have been him for a couple seconds. Sorry for giving that impression. I'll just be going now. With that, she turns and moves away before he could consider giving another word to her. But he just stands there and stares at her retreating back before shifting on his heel and bringing himself about. Already he can feel his features souring as the nature of her interaction leaves an unpleasant feeling within him. It is a physical effort to keep his hands from clenching into fists and to stop him from grinding his teeth. Is something the matter? He thanks Siegfried in his mind for providing him with a distraction. The tanned man watches him with furrowed brows. Archon shook his head from side to side and stepped forwards, moving past the saber servant and down the hallways. Nothing that is pressing, he answers. Pharaohs has proven herself to be problematic again, has she? Siegfried responded with a hum of acknowledgement. Not the first time and he doubted it would be the last, but tampering with the workings of whatever sorcery kept the illumination of the building working was hardly as bad as previous efforts from her. He is aware that she is one of the overly curious types of sorcerers and perhaps, given time, she could understand how everything works. But he is not of the opinion that ripping into the walls at random is the best method of gaining understanding. Nothing really sits right with him when he wields a sword. The handle is often too short for his liking and while the spear fixes the problem easily enough, he cannot help but feel as though he is not using it as it should be used. But that is something he can tell at a mere glance. Even his training does not help, though he can wield a sword and spear, even string and use a bow, none of it sits quite right with him. Especially as he glances around to his brothers and sisters, they are all of the sort where they can wield them with a grace that he lacks. He can see it when he strikes the target, when he uses his full might. There is no graceful movement and no elegant thrust. He just swings it as though it were nothing more than solid metal in his hand, his full might being used to crush whatever is under the weight of his blow. Though he stomachs it, until eventually he notices something that is impossible to ignore. He is stronger than most of his brothers. Even those who have found their names and are building strength and identity are not his close equals in sheer might. He exceeds many of them easily enough but there are some who are still beyond him. But he spends his time with one brother in particular. Do we have other weapons? He asks the question one day and is met with a bewildered stare in return. It is an expression that he has never before seen on the face of the more stoic of his kindred and it's rather humorous for a moment, but it passes as the shock fades and is replaced with a more exhausted frown. You are still bothered by your current arms. What problem ails you now? He exhales and shakes his head. If there was one thing that didn't make sense to him. Just one thing that was the problem. They aren't heavy enough. What? The weapons. He explains further. I hold a sword but the grip is too short and I hold it too tightly, sometimes they end up breaking when I swing them too hard. The spear is better with the handle but it just lacks the same weight and I can't swing it like I feel like I should with something like that. The more he explains, the more he finds his brother's face contorting into something twisted between surprise and irritation. He is not quite sure what the problem is though. For some moments, neither of them say anything. Then his brother palms at his face and lets out a sigh before turning on his shoulder. Fine. We can see if the blacksmiths have something that can aid you, but this shall remain a request. Turning about, his brother jabs a finger into his face right under his nose. The work of the smiths is far too vital for the war effort to contend with dealing with whatever bewildering request you can come up with because the weapons you hold don't quite feel right. If they cannot spare the time, then you will make do with the weapons you have on hand. Are we understood? Despite the serious expression on their face, he smiles widely. Completely and utterly. Thank you, brother. Rolling his eyes, his brother turns from him. Do not thank me for putting up with your queer nature. He keeps smiling, however. He glances up from the drawing and towards the person for a brief moment, frowning and then holding up his thumb. It doesn't look quite right, but there is it. The slight shading of the eye. Other than that, and the slightly paler complexion, the pair of them are almost identical. You are rather good at telling us apart, Sir Leto. He smiles good-naturedly at the comment from King Artoria. Or is it Prince Artoria at this stage? He cannot quite figure out which it is, given that they were a king of the distant past who did become a king. They might be in the form where they were not a king, but they would eventually become a king and had already been a king. Leto stopped thinking for a moment and stared straight ahead. He was thinking too much. Just like that, it was all wiped away and the smiles returned just as before, glancing towards Lily and nodding his head up and down. I am sure you can tell that we Silver Knights all look identical to one another. Surprise flashed over the face of Lily. You do. He blinked. Yes. Has Archon never taken off his helmet before? She shook her head from side to side, confirming the worst of his fears. His brother was still ever so serious, but what news was that to him? They were all much the same and perhaps he was the one who was the exception. Unless he counted Seifer in that number as well, in which case Archon was probably the most serious out of all the brothers he had met because he at least remembered the 1 or 2 times that Seifer smiled. Archon rarely did any of that. Ever so glum, a shame. He was sure they had a very nice smile, just like his own. I guess it would be too much to hope for, but maybe he has probably taken it off in the past and just never in front of you. You're a bit of a new arrival like me as well, aren't you? So that might be the case, might it? Lily blinked twice, then cupped her chin and nodded. I think you might be right. He could be the opposite of Sir Palamedes actually. I know that he only ever wore his helmet when he really started to get serious. So that just means that Archon takes off his helmet when he gets serious instead, right? His eyes narrowed in thought. Yes, that makes perfect sense, he declared after a moment and went back to drawing, subtly adding in a small note about this, Sir Palamedes, and crossing lines underneath it as well. He was making some rather good progress with all of these little diagrams and notes on the Knights of the Round Table. Not the first order of knights he had met, but they were rapidly closing in on being one of the more colorful, but that was just below the Knights of Virtue from Alkindor. They were a colorful bunch, really. Sometimes a bit dour though. Depended on which virtue he encountered. So how many of these do you have, by the way? He was jerked from the past by Lily leaning forwards and staring at the notebook in his hand. Though it was only the manifestation of one of his personal skills, it would not be wrong to say that it was one of the many he had created during his very long life. Leto perked up and felt some pride and excitement sweep through him. He always enjoyed it when someone talked about his notebooks and travel logs. I have a lot. Lily stared unblinkingly at him. A lot? Yes. Wow. She sounded a little impressed. You must have been traveling an awful lot to collect so many of these. I never did something like that when I was traveling with Merlin, Kay and Hector, but, hey. I don't think that Kay would have really appreciated it if I wrote down everything that went wrong. Leto tilted his head. Really? That is where some of the best parts of an adventure come from. They all have their ups and downs, some are just as exciting because of the missteps rather. It would hardly be an adventure if nothing went wrong, would it? She opened her mouth, but he did not spare much time in flashing up another of his notebooks and flipping through the pages. This was during my first voyage to the great mountains of the, might have been the 7th cycle. Not sure. Never kept track and hardly paid attention to it, but it was a long time ago, so I forgot most of it. Though that might be because I slipped down the mountain at one point. Lily's brows raised up her forehead. You climbed a mountain. Why? Why? I just felt like it. You, really? Yep. That was all the reason you needed. Pretty much, yeah. Leto tilted his head. I don't think you need much more of a reason to go on an adventure in the first place rather than because you get bored and just feel like going out and doing something exciting. I saw there was a big mountain there and just felt like climbing all the way to the top to see what was up there. Lily leaned forwards. What was up there? Leto paused for a moment, glanced down to his notebook and flipped to the next page. A waterfall, and a hydra. He chuckled after a moment. Ah, so that was where I got the recipe for hydra skewers. I forgot about where I came up with that, so that's definitely something to make a note of. Leto stopped and then shot to his feet, eyes wide in realization. Ah, I just remembered. The kitchen was collecting all those recipes, weren't they? I should contribute some to them. I found loads of them while I was traveling and, do you think we would even be able to find hydra meat in the first place? What if there is a difference in species and some have more toxic flesh than others or something? I know a couple fish like that. Lily stood up and placed her hands on her hips. Maybe one of the ones from Simple Cattle would help. She was probably right, but it didn't feel as exciting. I'll find and kill one of the hydra that comes from this world and see if you can eat them. Yes, that sounded like a plan to him. Someone say something about killing. He turned to the voice without even blinking, then stared at the tattooed figure approaching them with a lopsided grin. Food hunting. Leto elaborated. Cooking and eating a hydra. Nar Alma paused for a brief moment and then made a noise. Oh, so that's just what you were talking about. Oddly enough, he did not sound disappointed in the least, and if anything, the twinkle in his eyes got a little bit brighter than before. Sounds like a splendid idea to me. What's the problem then? Whether the meat is toxic. Oh, that. Alma smacked his lips and crossed his arms, leaning backwards and turning his eyes upwards to the ceiling. Yeah, some animals just have bad flesh like that, which is a really poor sport. The least they could do, as losers, would be to let the winners have their flesh, wouldn't you say? Otherwise, what's the point in really hunting them in the first place? Leto nodded his head along with the god. Exactly, though I suppose someone could use magic to make the meat safe to eat, right? That seems like the sort of thing that someone could do. Maybe if there is a problem you can just use miracles to curse yourself of the effects at the same time as well, but the problem could also be the taste as well. Snapping his fingers, Alma frowned. Yeah, well, let me know if you're planning on going hunting for it. I'll be sure to sharpen my scythe just in case. Wandering right past them, Alma waved his hand in farewell and left them be. That was a nice interaction, if a little odd how he showed up at the mention of killing and then just walked off. Leto turned back to Lily. What do you think? Lily wet her lips and jerked slightly. Her hand came up and wiped at her mouth. Sorry. You got me thinking about food, so, I've never eaten a hydra or anything like that before, so, I wouldn't be able to tell you how it tastes, but you seem really passionate about this sort of thing. Leto only grinned and pointed. I told you. Adventure. What does hydra taste like? Kind of tough. He replied after a moment. Chewy as well. A bit like snake. That makes sense. It does, doesn't it? Though it actually tastes pretty different to wyvern. You've eaten a wyvern before. He nodded his head up and down. Oh yeah, all sorts of different species of wyverns as well. They really had a lot of them going on throughout all the eras, and they all had their own tastes about them. Whipping out another notebook, he flipped through the pages. Come on, we can get some food while I talk about it, because this has made me feel really hungry. He wanted to wield a what? You want to wield what? A hammer. Even hearing it repeated again brought him nothing more than abject confusion. His arms dropped to his side and he stared wide-eyed at his brother. Somehow thinking that this would be nothing more than some elaborate attempt at a jest. He was rewarded with nothing more than a perfectly innocent expression which confirmed the very worst of his fears. Raising his right hand, he rolled his fingers through his scalp and tightened his jaw until the frown felt as though it had been carved into bone. For what felt like years did he level his brother with a golden stare which could have pierced through even the unbreaking scales of the everlasting dragons. And his brother just stood there with his hands on his hips. I came up with the idea after seeing General Havel. He felt like coughing just after hearing the name, immediately straightening out and staring at his brother in some deeper understanding, but with no less confusion. General Havel is one of the first holders of a soul. He prized his club from the maw of a dragon and fashioned it himself, not to mention that he is a dozen times stronger than even the greatest knights that we have in our regiment or even any of our brothers. Predictably, his rant earned him nothing more than an excited nod of the head. Exactly. I think that General Havel has the right idea. None of the piercing works, so just hitting the dragons with pure force has to damage what is under the scales, right? Like even if our armor doesn't break. That is not how it works. He cut that line of argument short with a raised hand. We are living. The dragons are but stone given motion. Nothing more and nothing less. They break when beaten enough, and that is all you need to concern yourself with. He stopped for a moment and waved a hand. More to the point, a hammer. What is it to look like as our mighty forces appear to spread the influence of our Lord and you appear to, what? Proclaim yourself the greatest smith. I can forge it if it's a bother for the smiths. That is most certainly not the problem here. Once more he waved his hand, then sighed and dropped it down, shifting his attention away and closing his eyes. Of all the things that he could have come up with, a hammer. Where was the grace and the elegance in such a weapon? Even now his mind conjured up the many stares that his brother would receive if he showed up to the battle with nothing more than some club and started swinging it around as though he believed himself the second coming of General Havel. His lips twisted in distaste at the mere thought such a thing could happen. And yet, his eyes opened and he glanced towards his brother, meeting their still smiling face and frowning deeper in thought. It isn't as though we were never told we can't wield other weapons, right? We just got what we were given. Very slowly, he blinked at the argument presented to him. Excuse me. Turning left and right, his brother stepped forwards and moved to his side, slinging an arm over his shoulder and pulling him down. I from some of the others that Lord Ferrum personally took to commanding the front regiments and found some soldiers to serve under him. I hear he has taken one of the named brothers and allowed him to model their very own weapon. All the more reason. He brushed away the hand on his shoulder, rather gently, and took on a tired frown, that you should put this entire affair on hold until you are awarded such a privilege. What use is it to waste resources on such a design if you could very well end up dead after the next battle? Who else could wield such an unruly weapon as the one you have decided to find yourself, For the first time, his brother's expression twisted into something other than a smile. But he could hardly say the aura of contemplation was relieving. So what you're saying is I need to make a name for myself and then I would get the hammer. He opened his mouth to argue, then stopped and closed it again as he realized that his brother was not entirely wrong. Still, rubbing the bridge of his nose and his eyes, he sighed rather loudly and waved his hand back and forth. I would assume that if you could achieve such a thing then you might be awarded the same privilege, but I would warn you not to. Got it? His brother cut him short, his head snapped up and he found himself glaring at their sudden excitement. I just need to make a name for myself. He lashed out and clamped an arm around his brother, yanking them forwards until they were almost nose to nose. His voice dropped low and his eyes fixed themselves onto matching gold. Listen closely, brother. I will not allow you to act as some glory hound merely because you wish to swing a lump of metal heavier than all our other brothers and sisters. This is no game, nor is it for you alone. We fight as one. We die as one. We serve the gods as one. Do you understand? His brother slowly nodded. But the hammer. His grip tightened and cut them short. If you can work with us and still elevate yourself high enough, you might be able to earn that privilege. But it is not for you to decide what weapon you wield merely because you do not fancy it. Golden eyes darted away from his own and he held onto his brother for a little longer. He released them and stepped back, keeping his voice hard but no longer at such low tones. I say this for your own good as I would for any other. We are here to serve the gods and that alone. That is the sole purpose for which we were made. If we die, it is because it is our time and in the hope we further their goals. It is not for us to throw away our lives because we happen to want something. Too many brothers and sisters had died. Letting this one throw away his life for nothing more than a hammer was ludicrous. Just once more, his hand found a home atop his head, his eyes dropped and he wet his lips. At least swear that you will not do something foolish just because you think it might earn you a hammer. Not just you will suffer if it fails, but everyone as well. Remember, it is not just you on those front lines. He stepped forwards, beating his fist into the front of his brother's chest with a dull thud, looking them in the eyes. We are out there together. I need to rely on you just as you rely on me. Just as everyone relies on one another that they will see the day to the end. If you cannot do that, if you cannot set aside your personal glory. I understand. He stopped speaking at the deathly serious tone of voice. His brother's hand came up and gripped his raised fist, twisting it around until they were held palm to palm, almost as if it were a contest of strength. I will earn that hammer. I will make sure we are all there to see it. None shall die for the sake of it, brother. You have my word. I would swear it before the gods themselves if you do not believe me. Pleased though he was to hear such a declaration, he rather wished it was still not for the sake of a hammer. Still, at least his brother listened. Siegfried was silent somewhere behind him, watching everything unfold. Truthfully, Archon could not find it within himself to blame the man. Arms crossed, his eyes switched from Pharaoh's and then to the other man, the one with a body of metal and looked more like some golem. Were it not for the glowing crimson orb that served as some manner of eye, the bulky form twisted and released a hiss of steam sporadically from the vents across its limbs. Pharaoh's turned her head and nodded to him in greeting, as though it was a passing thought, then went right back to pulling at the strings in the ceiling. The metallic ones which sparked every few seconds in ways he assumed they were not supposed to do. It is expected to stop when one speaks with you. Yeah. Pharaoh's nodded her head in agreement, but did not stop working. His features flattened under his helm, his eyes turned to the other man. Charles Babbage. I was curious as to the nature of the power supply of Chaldea. He spoke in an echoing tone, a voice that was bordering monotone but not quite there. Pharaoh's offered to demonstrate while raising her own understanding. The lights shuddered off above their heads, the hallway was plunged into darkness with only the dim red glow of the gem crystal in the face of Babbage illuminating the corridor. Huh. Pharaoh's grunted in a puzzled tone of voice. Could have sworn that was the right, No. I got it now. The lights flickered on, the brunette pulled her hands from the ceiling and smiled, clearly pleased with herself as she turned and faced them. That proud look never once faltered even as he mustered his most disapproving glare. There. I got the hang of it. Archon took in a deep breath to steady his nerves before speaking. As of this moment I am ordering you to return the state of the contraption to how it was before you arrived and interfered with it. You will then. Oh, no need. Pharaoh's climbed down her ladder. He blinked. What? No need. Repeating the words, the woman placed the tools in the small metal box she had brought with her and brushed down her hands, facing him and giving a smaller smile, but it was no less filled with unapologetic glee. I got the gist of everything that I wanted out of it. Then she turned and ignored him as though he was not there in the first place. Figured out the flow of the electronics. All we need now is some spare metal and we should be able to start working on some of those plans of yours. Should definitely be interesting to see if we can get some prototypes built and moving around. Babbage released another burst of steam. Indeed, the mixture of lightning and steam intrigues me. The hybrid engine of such a golem could well serve to further along the designs of having one purely constructed from steam and yet, I could achieve such a thing with my reality marble, but to have it made with the hands of a regular man is. The words got away from him as he stared at the pair of them. His eyes climbed to the hole in the ceiling and then down to the two as they just continued to ramble away to one another. Somehow this was still not the worst patrol he ever had. The ceiling. His sharp words brought both their attention to him. He jerked his head upwards and hardened his tone. Now. Pharaohs raised her hands and shook her head. All right. I was going to get around to it. Honestly, some people just have no appreciation for geniuses, I tell you. He had no appreciation for miscreants and vandals. So he did not see what right she had to complain. But he was not going to rise to the challenge of that. He would inform others of what had been discussed here. They could decide whether or not they could stop the pair of them. He watched the pair of them all while they worked, as Pharaohs repaired the ceiling in such a manner that she was satisfied with. He made a note to have someone else come down and double-check it later, and then saw the pair of them off with a silent and unbroken stare until they were out of sight. Once that was over, he dropped his shoulders and unfolded his arms. What do you suppose they are working on? He turned to Siegfried and raised his eyebrow. I am surprised you would ask. The knight twitched for a moment. Sorry if it is troublesome to ask. I do not consider it as such, Archon responded slowly. Quite frankly, I am of the opinion they should be watched far closer if their flights of fancy allowed them to engage in such reckless nonsense. Perhaps we are fortunate they contained themselves as much as they did, but… Siegfried hummed. I was just curious if it will somehow benefit Master. One would hope. He muttered and turned around. Come, we shall need to make our report to Captain Okita and then fill out the forms for this incident. Yes. He appreciated the company of Siegfried. Even if they did apologize more often than one would have expected, but, HMPH. Not that it mattered at the end of the day. He did it. I did it, brother. Blood spills down his lips and onto his chin, but it does not even bother him. Nor does the fact his left side has been numb for some time, none of it bothers him. I told you. His brother stares at him with wide eyes, and he is not alone. The entire unit look at him as though he is something else entirely, with stares he has never before seen in a single one of them before. But it is fine. I swore it. Standing hurts, but he refuses to fall down. He looks his brother right in the eyes and smiles even wide, but it's stick and something clings to the front of his teeth. Something that tastes a bit like titanite. None would die if I could help it. And so he went back in there and dragged them back. 2 or 3 at a time. It did not matter. Not even as his armor was shorn from his body or as his flesh was seared and cooked. He had never before smelled his flesh and been so sickened by how appetizing it was to his senses. But none of it mattered. Not a single casualty from the dragon attack. The first ever battle where they lost not a single soul. He carried every one of them from the fires. His legs wobble and his vision darkens. But he does not drop. Something has caught him before he hits the ground and he stops, blinking rapidly and bringing his eyes up. He meets his brother head on and his smile shrinks but loses none of his glee. Because he did it. I'm Leto. The world starts to quiet. But his brother keeps holding him up. Because of course he would. Because his brother would never let a single one of them down. He didn't get it. Even as he stared at it for a little bit longer. He still didn't get it. I don't get it. The person opposite just tilted her head. What do you mean? I mean, Leto rolled his jaw and drummed his fingers along his forearm, leaning back and forth before he bowed forwards and squinted at the wall for a few moments. Sniffing the air and then leaning back. Why? Queen Marie shrugged. Because it sounded fun. We've also made a lot of good progress, you know. He turned and looked across the chasm that was easily a dozen meters across. Yeah, I can see that. It's very impressive. And he meant that earnestly. But I'm not sure what you need me for. From the sounds of things, you've got everything in hand when it comes to the strength department, and Havel is definitely stronger than I am. We arm wrestled once. He won. Marie pat him on the arm and gave him a conciliatory smile. I'm sure you did your best. Leto sniffed again and nodded his head. Yeah, I did. So what do you need me for? Because I'm thrilled to help out but just not sure on what you need. Paintings. Banners. Drawings. Marie rattled off one after another, then stopped and widened her smile. General artistic decorations. I know you're very good at doing that very quickly and knew you would be perfect to ask for it. Well, he could not deny that. I've done plenty of drawings before, not many paintings though. Not sure if I would be any good at doing that sort of thing. And messing up sounded as though it would be bad for. His head turned and he stepped to the side as someone strode past him. He double-talked at the sight of. Raising a hand, he pointed and looked down at Queen Marie. Was that King Flan? Marie excitedly nodded her head. Oh, he's been a delight to have around. You should see some of the sculptures he's been making out of the rock inside of the mountain. It has really been something special. We have these big statues of birds and, I think we had one of some sort of lion. His eyes turned to the sheets of tarpaulin which covered something in the far background of the cavern, already with a few other servants striding around it. Huh, how did he miss those? Ah well, that definitely sounds interesting. Oh, right. Drawings. You wanted drawings. I can do something like that. I guess. Portraits of all the different servants. I can probably do some big drawings of the adventures you have all had and then do them really big along the sides if that is what you want. Already he remembered some of the tapestries and wall carvings he had seen in the past. The depictions of great historical moments woven across layers of fabric and depicting many generations. His smile widened. I can definitely do something like that. Say no more. I just need all the adventures you guys have had and then I can definitely get to work right away. Point me in whatever direction you need. Oh, Marie excitedly clapped her hands and giggled. Wonderful. In that case. Oh, I know just who would be excited for this sort of thing. His mind turned to the idea of one other person. They might have been really serious all the time, but he knew that they would definitely have the same tenacity to make everything so much easier for everyone here. I'll be back. Turning on his heel, he darted for the entrance and sidestepped someone just coming inside. Was that Emperor Nero? Looked like it, and then through the abandoned door before casting himself into spirit form and launching himself upwards. The longer he stares, the less sense it makes. He did what? Seifer meets him head on and shakes his head. He has left his post and moved off. Archon remains silent for a few moments before he scoffs. He is likely adventuring through the taverns again. Come the morning he shall be back in the Archon. Seifer's tone holds a finality he does not find himself welcoming. Tension floods his body as his brother drops his hands. Brother. Leto was spotted traveling beyond the city gates in the early hours of the morning. He passed along his final message and offered his well wishes. He is gone. I doubt he shall return. Archon stares in silence. Leto is gone. Leto left them, abandoned them, betrayed their trust. Just like him. ... How go preparations for the Izalith expedition? If Seifer sees it for what it is, he does not choose to comment on it. Lord Gwyn has chosen a detachment to follow him and I will volunteer my forces. That is not needed. Seifer is quick to respond. It is nothing more than an expedition to discern why we have not had contact. You are better served here. I am better served by the side of Lord Gwyn, as a dutiful shield. He stomped past Seifer without trading another word with them. Such is my purpose. If there is a retort to his words, he does not hear it. Instead he marches onwards and through the halls, stepping past his brothers and noticing how some of them stop and turn their heads to him. They say nothing, but he does not need them to say anything at all. He can feel all of their stares, all of their judging looks upon him. Word of Leto has likely spread like a poison throughout the entire guard by now. They all know. They all look at him. He is cursed. There can be no doubt. Their entire regiment is cursed because of him. The unspoken one betrays them. Leto abandons them, abandons him, but he is still useful. He has to be. He has a name like all the others and Archon stops and feels his hands curl into fists, his head turns down and he stares at the floor for what feels like years. No, he is not like all the rest. He is not like Leto. He could never do something like that. But it is his duty to keep pushing forwards, even if he is craven. This time for sure. This time it shall be set right. Whatever happens in Izalith, he shall do his duty and his lord proud. That concludes the report. He finishes with a small incline of the head to Captain Okita. She leans back in her chair and nods her head before standing up. As long as it was just that, then yeah, I'd say a written warning is fair enough. I guess I can pass along something to Master if she keeps pushing it, but for the time being I don't see what the harm could be in letting her and Babbage experiment. She stopped, then turned to him. But I know how bad excitable people can get, and I'm concerned what would happen if the fool learned about it. Well, that's for the future at any rate. Thank you for dealing with that, Archon. He shook his head. I did only my duty. Okita smiled once again, then looked to the other person by his side. You as well, Siegfried. That's about you done for the day, unless you feel like doing another patrol. I can. Siegfried responded, and without another word, he turned and marched right out of the door. Archon could still respect the dedication to the job. I will complete the reports and then. The door hissed open behind him. Brother. His skin turned cold and his words died in his throat. No, it wasn't that his skin was cold. It was that it was so hot it felt cold again, but the ever-present itch started to worm its way through him. Just hearing the voice was enough for him to feel the bit of heat build up inside of his chest, but barely there. Taking in a deep breath, he steadied himself and kept his eyes fixed forwards as he spoke. Do you have business with the business? Ha ha ha. You're still so serious, brother. The clatter of footsteps and the itching jolly laughter grew closer and closer. He tensed as an arm was thrown around his shoulders and spun him about. He saw white in the corner of his eye and immediately noticed the lack of a helmet on Leto's face. Listen. Leto pulled him along, uncaring to the fact his feet were rooted to the floor and unwilling to move a single step. They scraped loudly as he was pushed, and Leto never so much as even blinked. There is something happening that you should really be a part of. I know how diligent you are, and I think. As I said. Archon cut him short, raising his hand and pushing the arm away from his shoulder, stepping back and turning to face them properly. Do you have business with the security department? Leto blinked several times before tilting his head. No, I came to see you. Then we have nothing further to discuss. His voice was kept even, by some testament to his own strength, and he turned around and walked back to his table. If that should change, feel free to raise your concerns. Ah, I see. You are on duty right now. He paused as Leto snapped his fingers. I'll come back when you are finished. Archon straightened himself very slowly. I am never finished, Leto. You mean you don't get breaks? That's awful. I heard you never took the helmet off either. You must have terrible bags under your eyes, brother. Maybe you really should get some time off too. He closed his eyes. Leto. Berserker went silent, but he felt their stare on the back of their head. He felt his rising desire to just swing around and punch them in the head. It was such an appealing thought for him. It would be so easy as well. It would never be expected, and he was sure that by the time anyone even realized what was happening, he would have already thrown that fool to the ground and started peeling away the flesh from their bones and tearing into the marrow. Archon sharply intook his breath and glanced down to his hand, raising it up and turning it over, staring at the palm of his gauntlet. His eyes glared at the flickering of chaos. It twisted and dropped between the plates of armor as he curled his fingers into a fist. I do not take breaks. I have work to do. Important work. His arms dropped back to his side. Do not involve me with this. Go and do whatever you want. As you have always done before. I want you to. Just. Go. All right, but if you change your mind. Leto replied, sounding somewhat dejected. Though not before adding a final comment. Remember to take some breaks, overworking is bad for you. The door hissed shut. Silence fell across the room. Archon. Or you. I will finish my report, Captain Okita. He moved around his desk and sat down, grabbing one of the blank pieces of paper and pulling it in front of himself. Though he could not find the strength to put pen to paper. He just stared at the plain white with black lines without making a single move. His body itched. He was never getting any work done now. And he knew it. Brother. No, it's Archon now, right? You heard. Who hasn't? The Silver Knight who vanquished an everlasting dragon all by himself. As expected of you, Archon. You really went and one-upped me. Especially after all that talk about not going for glory, you really got my fooled there. Ha 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 ha. Quote dot 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 quote. Quote dot dot dot. Something wrong. Quote dot dot dot. No, not at all. Then enough with the frowning. I can tell under that helmet you're frowning, Archon. Hey, Archon. It suits you, brother. Quote dot 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 quote. Well, this is just the beginning. You and me, Archon. We're going to see the end of this war together. I just know it. Quote dot dot dot. Were it so easy. It is like you said, brother. You and me and you, all of us together. Quote dot 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 quote. Say it, brother. We are all together. Exactly. We rely on each other until the very end. We are all in this together, brother. You and me and you, all of us, because. Quote dot 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 quote. Archon. Because we. Yes. Because we're brothers. Guardian of order. He woke. Or perhaps he had never been asleep. But he was certainly awake and staring straight up, though he was certainly not staring at the ceiling he was comfortable with at this point. It was nothing but pure white. An endless bleached skyline which stretched on forever, a daunting feeling as though he would never see anything but that eternal emptiness. He felt a sudden vertigo sweep through him, a gulp echoed through his body and in his ears. Slowly he pressed his hands down and felt them push against something solid and smooth. Whatever he lay upon, it was flat. Eerily flat. Ritska rolled his lips and pushed upwards. There was no sense of exhaustion in his body as he pushed up. He lacked even the feeling of drowsiness he would have normally experienced with an early waking. It was as if he had never been asleep in the first place, which was growing more disturbing by the moment. Especially because he had clear memories of going to bed and turning the lights out. His body, light as it had ever felt, pushed itself up and into a sitting position. It was only when he moved that he understood why this feeling was so familiar to him. His heart, if it truly worked, would have been thundering so loudly in his chest that it would have drowned out all other noises. His breaths caught up in his throat, yet he did not choke. He did not even feel the halting of his breathing and instead stared at the endless expanse before him. It was the same as when he had been drawn into the mindscape. The times he met Seath. The sudden thought of being there akin, as if the servant had trapped him with them once more, threw him into a sudden sense of alertness. Strength surged through him and he launched himself to his feet, spinning around on his heels and sweeping his eyes all around him, searching for anything. Yet all he saw with each new angle was more of the endless white expanse. Even as he looked down, it was as if he stood upon a translucent barrier, separating him from falling to whatever depths lay beneath him. Another gulp forced itself down his gullet and settled in his gut. A sudden urge to snap his eyes shut flooded him, but his body did not obey the order. He just stared, transfixed by the sight straight down. He dared not move, as if the next step he took, the next inch he shifted, would send him careening downwards and drifting forever into the endless void under him. He snapped his eyes shut and took in another breath, this one slow and shuddering. His body trembled as he breathed in the pure nothingness. He felt nothing go into him, and yet he did not gasp or fight for oxygen. It was so very like that other time, where everything he did just felt pointless. He could not breathe because he was not here, because he did not exist here. Whatever this place was, it was all in his head. He just needed to wait until he woke up, or was sent back, or was found. That last option carried a deep sense of foreboding. There was only one person who he associated this place with. Ritska was thankful that he didn't need to breathe, because he was certain he would have stopped some time ago. It was as if cold hands had gripped his entire body and locked it still. His skin tingled with phantom pinpricks. It felt as if a dozen eyes were watching him from every single angle and that something was closing in. He could feel it. It was like ice on his nerves, coming closer and closer. The silent phantom which would soon be upon him, but he did not know from where. You aren't supposed to be here. Ritska's breath hitched. There was someone right behind him. His eyes slowly opened, peeled themselves wide and rewarded him by trading one pure emptiness for another. His neck moved next, rising and dragging his head along as slow as he could muster. Then his body was ordered to move. It hesitated for a moment, lodging its own protests about the command before finally obeying and twisting on its heel and pulling his mind along for the ride. Ritska was gradually turned about and then, finally, he was face to face with the speaker. It took a moment to center himself and realize that whomever this was, it wasn't who he was expecting. Long dark hair and bright blue eyes, the woman appeared only a few years older than himself. Peering back at him with a slight tilt of the head and nothing else, his eyes drifted from her own and briefly to the peach-colored lily that she had nestled into her hair, just above her right ear, before slowly they lowered and scanned the woman's appearance. Her outfit was decorative, almost like an art piece, long white robes atop a peach-colored kimono. The sleeves and lower dress of the cloth were meticulously covered with patterns of intricate flowers and what appeared to be stalks. Ritska took a step backwards, not from fear but from shock. The woman radiated a sense of detached elegance, like an art piece come to life. Not quite there, but very much here. I know you heard me. She spoke once more, her voice light and casual, yet still refined. Ah, are you perhaps dreaming? He didn't get the chance to respond. She let out a faint hum and nodded to herself, as if deciding that the answer she had come to was the correct one. Then perhaps you should return to where you came from, wayward traveler. This is a land without boundaries. So long as you still have a name, venturing here is not something you should aspire to. Ritska felt a shock run through him, a faint jolt that knocked him back into the here and now. With a shake of the head, he steadied himself and found his voice. Sorry, you're not who I was expecting. That earned him a curious incline of the head and nothing else. Though she did not speak, he grasped that she was intrigued about his words. The silent prompt of her giving a faint nod all but encouraged him to speak further, but he kept himself guarded as he did so. There was nothing about this woman he was familiar with. And being here was uneasy. This place isn't really where I am, it's just my head that's here, isn't it? He glanced around, not needing the answer. A shiver passed through his body as he made another sweeping glance at his surroundings. They didn't seem to change and the place truly lacked borders. The sky could not be separated from the ground. I was last brought to a place similar, by another guy. Your experience was unpleasant. A statement, not a question, but he quickly turned and looked back at her. Unable to even get a chance to open his mouth to speak before she cut him short and furthered her own conversation. A place without boundaries, I told you as much. There is nothing here that is not known. He suddenly felt very exposed, fighting the urge to take another half step backwards. The woman continued, either ignorant or uncaring for his growing trepidation as to the situation he now found himself in. Yet if you are coming here despite this past experience, I am puzzled. Are you seeking out trouble on purpose, or did you wish to try and build up the nerve to face them again? I admit, this is not what I would have done, if I had the choice. At that, Ritska quickly spoke up. I didn't choose to come here. A blink, then she looked at him with a faint widening of her eyes. Visible surprise etched itself onto her face, then it faded away and left only thin lips in its place. You did not come here of your own choice. Turning her head away from him, the blue eyes squinted ever so slightly, as though staring at something in the distance. He followed her gaze and found nothing, then turned back to her when she saw her twitch. At the same time a small noise of understanding bubbled up within her as her head gave a singular nod. I see, hey. A faint smile formed on her lips. She turned back to him and kept the expression unmoved. I will have to apologize, it seems as though the connection was made on this side of the world, Fujimaru. I never told you my. He paused, then rolled his jaw. A world without boundaries. He tried to ignore how similar this situation was, fighting to stop his fears from showing, even if it was apparently useless. He stared the strange woman down and mustered the most polite smile he could think of giving. It might have looked off from the outside, but he thought it better than just scowling at her. I don't suppose you'd tell me your name. In due time, she replied smoothly. We do have more important things to discuss than my identity. I am afraid our time together is likely going to be short. A pity, but you are a busy individual, are you not? She raised her right hand slowly, her delicate fingers pointed towards herself as the smile widened a little, her eyes dropped to a half-lidded stare. I appear to be inadvertently responsible for bringing you here, for that I am sorry. I am currently dreaming, and thus have no influence on what occurs in the outside world, yet my knowledge of what is to transpire tells me that you are going to be involved in some rather interesting times in the not-too-distant future, Fujimaru. Opening her mouth, she moved to continue and then paused. Her eyes drifted upwards and then closed. For several seconds she remained motionless. Ritsuka furrowed his brows and wet his lips. Moving to call out to her. Suddenly he felt something shift around them, as if an invisible mass had suddenly twisted the space they were in. He stumbled and his eyes abruptly felt very heavy, yet there wasn't a sense of danger. His mind acted as if this was perfectly natural for him, and he didn't know if that was more horrifying or not. She opened her eyes and looked back at him, the serene smile on her face remained. It seems as though this dream is coming to an end, you will likely return to where you were before you came here. A shame, I would have liked to talk some more with you, but perhaps it is more fitting. We barely even talked. Not yet, was the reply she gave, a sense of knowing in those eyes as if she had not only anticipated the question, but had already answered it before. It won't make much sense for you, I'll admit it now. Though, before you wake, I would like to make a request of you. Ritsuka straightened and stared at her, squinting as the world became thinner by the second. The woman looked to be turning transparent, but he didn't know if it was because of her or because of him. She took his silence as an answer. If we do meet again, would you be kind enough to call me by my name? She phrased it so innocently that he almost said yes right away, save for one small problem. But I don't know your name. He blurted back to her, feeling lost as to what was happening. Yet the unease had started to fade away and was becoming replaced by nothing more than honest confusion. As if he had walked into the tail end of a conversation and had been asked his opinion on the contents he wasn't there for. All the woman did was smile at him. A sputtered cough greeted his ears, then he was leaning forwards and coughing harder. It felt as if someone had just punched him in the gut, a deep ache spread across his chest, centered around his stomach, as the coughing continued for a length of time that seemed as if it would stretch on for eternity. It didn't. Small mercy, he coughed out the final dregs and ended with a deep wheezing gasp. His hands covered his mouth for fear of retching onto his covers. When nothing came out, he finally lowered them down and took in another deep breath, more akin to a gasp, and fell back, using his hands to brace his fall and keep him upright. Eyes swinging around the room, he took stock of his surroundings. The low lighting didn't help much, but he had been here long enough to recognize his room when he saw it. Ritsuka closed his eyes and dropped his head forwards. His skin felt hot, his face strained and sore. Whatever that was, it was a deeply unpleasant experience. Worse was that he could feel it slowly slipping away from him piece by piece, the details already foggy at best. He remembered a room. No, was it a room? It was bleached white and there was a person there. Then he was awake. Did they talk? They might have done. Wiping away the tears in his eyes, a lingering reminder of the rude awakening, he swept his legs over the side of the bed and dropped his feet onto the floor. Fully aware that he would not be getting back to sleep anytime soon. Not after something like that. Ritsuka turned his head, squinting to get a read of the clock. He stared and blinked, trying to focus the blurs and overlapping image of the alarm clock before he finally managed to get some ounce of detail from the small machine. Then he felt his lips curl in frustration, a groan built up in his throat as he hung his head low, hands resting on his knees and fingers pushing down into them. Barely even midnight. With a slow shake of the head, he pressed down and pushed up, hearing a faint crack through his knees and legs as he moved. The popping of bones as he stretched up and hobbled towards the direction of the bathroom. All but stumbling into the door and flicking the lights on. With the benefit of hindsight, he should have expected the reaction. A hiss worthy of the greatest snakes leapt from his throat as he recoiled from the sudden intensity of the light, swinging his hands up to shield his face and closing his eyes. He stumbled backwards and managed to avoid falling to the ground through some small miracle, but now his eyes burned. He could see the spots floating around in his vision. Shaking his head and turning it to the ground, he peeled his eyes open and staggered forwards into the bathroom, swinging his hands out and latching them onto the sink. snagging his fingers around and clenching tight enough that they went white. Breathing out, he continued to stare at the base of the sink. He brought his head up and stared at his reflection. White hair and gold eyes stared back. He jerked and straightened. Ritska stared at his own haggard face, bags growing under his eyes and slightly reddened skin. He could see the veins still bulging on his neck from all the coughing he had been doing. He grimaced at the state he was in. It looked unpleasant to him, and if anyone else saw that, there was no doubt they would be rather put off. The tap sputtered to life as he twisted it, cupping his hands beneath. The cold sensation of the water spread across his palms. The urge to jerk them away as if they had been burnt was stomped down. He held them there with only a faint tremble. With a moment to collect himself, he closed his eyes and swung the water upwards into his face. The second it hit, he pulled back and clicked his tongue. He was certainly awake now, opening his eyes and blinking rapidly, swinging them to the mirror and matching gazes with his wide-eyed self. He looked a bit silly now, face dripping with freezing cold water. A shudder passed through him. The water slid down his chin and across his neck, forming wet patches on his bed shirt. Wincing, he wiped it down as best he could and flicked his hand to the side. Fumbling blindly, he eventually managed to run his fingers along the face towel and wipe it over himself, dragging it down and removing the water from him. Somehow, he just had a feeling that it was going to be one of those days. A chime from behind him and in the room had him pause. Turning his head around, he stared at the room and raised a brow. Then exhaled and plodded back through into the barely lightened space. The noise was coming from the flashing communicator beside his bed, sitting in front of the alarm clock. Sometimes, he hated being right. Moving forwards and reaching down, he swiped the device off the table and flicked it on. Yes, Fujimaru. The voice of the director came from the other side, her exhaustion clear even over the channel. It was clear that she was feeling as tired as he was at the moment, or close to it. A situation has come up and we need. Her voice suddenly grew distant, as if she moved away from the communicator. He strained his ears and frowned, then he heard something just barely over the link. And there was little doubt of what he heard. He gave a faint twitch of the lip as he heard the rather loud yawn continue on for a couple of seconds, then her voice crackled back as soon as it was over. Apologies. We need you to come up to the command room. I'll be there in a minute, Director. His response was slower. He could feel the tiredness spread over his head, but it wasn't enough for him to be actually sleepy. Which was probably concerning, but he ignored it. They needed him for something. And he had always been prepared for some late-night work. He was in the command room not that much longer after he woke. Though when he stepped in, he was greeted by an array of tired faces. Some of them looked much better off than others. He eyed Carrie as he moved, spotting her fairly easily from the clear case of bedhead she was sporting. She turned and gave him a droopy-eyed smile, raising her hand with a lethargic wave and dumping it back on the desk with a thud. Or perhaps dropping it back onto the desk would be a better way to describe it. There was no hiding the permeating smell of coffee wafting around the room either. Ritska glanced back to where he spotted Romani and Olga, the latter standing over the former's desk, her posture leaning forwards rather heavily. Both hands pressed down on the edge of the table and anchored in place. Her head hung low and her hair fell down like a waterfall. Once more, he could spy a mug, 2 mugs, of coffee in front of her. MMMH. There was a tired snort. Olga jolted upright rather suddenly and turned towards him, half her hair falling forwards and over the right side of her face. Her eyes looked at him in a daze, clearly not seeing him for a couple of seconds before they widened and she jerked up to her feet, pushing away slightly from the desk, yet keeping one hand there. Ah, Fujimaru. Her right hand moved across, fingers pushing up through her hair and sliding the locks out of her field of vision and behind her ears. She offered a nod of the head and another slow blink. Good, you're here. Ritska kept his mouth shut as he approached her, giving only a singular nod of the head in response. With clumsy fingers, she grasped one of the mugs beneath her and held it up, steam still rising over the rims, and held it across towards him with a pointed look. Or as pointed as she could manage with a sleep-deprived expression. He stepped forwards and took the mug from her fingers, partly because he probably needed it and partly because he was sure she would have dropped it to the ground before long. She offered no verbal retort. Not one in a human language, at least. With a muffled grunt, she jerked her head towards the doctor and then looked for her own mug. Ritska glanced down, staring at the pale brown liquid before taking a swig of it. The bitterness was immediately offensive to him, seeping through his mouth and his taste buds as a rolling wave. Yet it was followed by a warmth which seemed to banish away the former overpowering taste. It made it nothing more than a vaguely distant memory. He closed his eyes and felt himself relax into the drink. Letting the warmth linger on the tip of his tongue, he felt a smile slowly form on his lips. Sigurd really did make some amazing coffee. His eyes opened back up and he was greeted by the sight of a still tired-looking director, but a bit more aware of her surroundings. Then there was Romani who. Ritska almost double-talked at the state the man was in. Which was, to say, that the doctor looked no worse for wear, as if he had been awake for hours and had gotten a perfectly ordinary night's sleep. In the corner of his eye, he spotted the director giving him a slow shake of the head, the unspoken suggestion for him to not say anything as she cast a rather sour look at the side of the oblivious man. Clearly she was rather envious of whatever he had done to himself that would allow him to just walk around at midnight without looking like he'd been dragged out of bed. Which they had all been. Sorry, I'd hoped you and Mash would have gotten here at the same time. Romani began, leaning back into his chair and offering an apologetic smile. We'll have to wait until she gets here, it saves time explaining it twice. Ritska just waved his hand. It's fine, I was awake anyway. He caught himself too late with the slip and closed his mouth. Immediately he was aware of both Romani and Olga staring at him with a greater intensity than before. Their exhaustion all but vanished as the two of them leveled him with a combined look of concern. You were. Romani's reply was slow, measured. With the same sort of tone one would use if they were trying to approach an animal. That's not all that good. You should get as much rest as you can, Fujimaru-kun. Olga continued on with a sleepy groan, half raising the mug and gesturing towards him. You're of no help to anyone if you're half asleep. Her eyes narrowed and her lips drew thin. Is this lingering from your rushed summoning the other day? Don't think I am prepared to let that reckless action of you fly under the radar. You were to rest completely until you were at. It wasn't. Ritska paused for a moment, then sighed and lowered his head. She was right that it was a bit sudden for him, but it didn't have anything to do with the summoning of the other two. I had this dream, I think. There was a pregnant pause. He glanced up to see Romani and Olga exchange glances with one another, then looked back to him. Romani was the first to break the silence. You think. What can you remember about it? Not a lot, he admitted, taking another sip and surrendering to the warmth. He was concerned that this stuff was actually addictive. Just that it was weird and I woke up a little rough. Might be vertigo because it just didn't feel like the sort of dream that I would usually have. What sort of dream would that be? The question threw him for a loop, sharply turning on the director and furrowing his brows as he stared at her. Searching for something that he wasn't quite sure of before shrugging. It was a rather weird question for her to ask, but he supposed it was fair. Sometimes I see stuff. People I don't know and places I've never been. Romani made a noise. Dreams of your servants' pasts. It's not an uncommon phenomena. Links with familiars often let the mage see into their minds, but with servants we're talking about something leagues above having a pet cat. I think you've probably had those before then, right? A little. He nodded, straining his mind to think. A while ago, at least. Some are a bit easier to remember than others. Some he found easier to forget than others as well. Olga gave a sign of affirmation before she spoke. Very well, but be sure to give me any pertinent information if something were to emerge in the dreams. There is no telling what the effect of being linked with divine spirits and engaging in unconscious mental links with them could do. Was that a problem? It was something he hadn't even thought of before, but the way the director spoke of it led him to believe that there might have been a more serious issue. Can that be bad? It just hasn't happened before. Romani jumped in with a thoughtful look. Being contracted to divine spirits is odd enough, but to start sharing minds with them is something else. I can't see it being a problem, but, well. He shrugged. We don't have enough information to give a concrete answer, sorry to say. Then he gave a smile. It was a small one and certainly aimed to be reassuring, yet it was offset by the clearly nervous nature about it. But it should be fine. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Ritska parroted back as he went for another sip. Olga, meanwhile, cast a rather disparaging look at Romani and frowned deeper than before. We are examining his safety. I'd much rather something better as a guarantee than, fingers crossed. The way she said it made him snicker. So just mash. He opted to give the doctor some small breathing room, then raised a brow. What about Ash? Something seemed to shift in the air. He turned and looked around at the peculiar silence and searched for something that would have been out of place. Yet everyone else seemed to have their heads down and working on their desks. He furrowed his brows, drawing out his lips and scanning all of them. Nothing could be seen. Weird, he mused to himself. He glanced back at Romani and saw nothing out of place on his expression either, but he couldn't help but feel as though it was all a mask. As if there was something hidden beneath all of the working faces. Oddly enough, the doctor jerked his head to the large window. Ash is already in the rayshift chamber. It took Ritska a second to grasp what Romani had said, then he turned to the large window which showed the chamber and marched forwards. He's what now? Blurting out as he descended and moved for the window, coming to a stop and then staring down. Sure enough, under the light of Chaldeas, he could see Ash in the rayshift chamber, crouched down with his hand pressed flat against the floor. Or at least that was how it looked when he squinted. He might have been kneeling or doing something else, but this was a first for him. How long has he been there? You mean you didn't know? Olga said from behind. He turned on her and saw the surprise on her face. It was a feeling he shared. Shaking his head, he returned to staring at the blonde below him. No, I mean, I don't really ask what he does in his private time all that much. Last time I did he just said he went for walks. Other than that I thought he just made bread or sculpted with clay. Oh, he sculpts. Romani's voice perked up. That sounds nice. Has he made anything yet? Made Nobunaga a tea set and made me a little bonfire. That's cute. I know, right? Ritska turned to them with a smile. He could feel it grow wider. I was able to see him as he was doing it too. It really looked amazing as well. Had this professional quality to it. Da Vinci was there but she was just watching over him. He'd been going through trial and error over it. Kept restarting if he felt it wasn't good enough. Olga gave a brief grunt of approval. Of course, if you were to go out of your way to make something for an individual you care for, you should never be content with half-finished quality. I believe he got you a talisman as well. She flushed a little, only a brief flicker of red on her cheeks, then she cleared her throat and nodded her head. He did stop by and present me with a small creation, yes. I believe it will be of use in the future. Though I am sure you could similarly do with one as well, given they are representative of one's link to Chaldea. You mean like a badge? He pointed to his shirt right above his heart and paused, then shrugged as he thought of the idea. It didn't seem like a bad one to him and it would work with all of the different mystic codes Da Vinci made for them. Just something he could slap onto each of them and have it be very small. Maybe he would be allowed to keep it as a small memento when everything was said and done. Ritska nodded his head. Yeah, that sounds kinda nice. How come we don't have those? Olga raised a brow. Because it would have been a needless waste of finances. In any other situation, Ritska might have accepted the answer and left it at that. Unfortunately, it was early in the morning. His mouth moved faster than his brain. That just sort of sounds like being a cheapskate though. Silence. Someone snorted a cough and sputtered in the background. Ritska immediately froze and cringed to himself. Olga, meanwhile, just stared at him with the most dead-to-the-world expression he had seen before. Then with a slow and agonizing blink, one that looked stretched out of a year, she eventually angled her head to the side and said nothing more than a couple words. Excuse me. Nothing. Yes. She replied rather smoothly, now wearing a smile which failed to reach the cinders she called eyes. That is what I thought. But please, if you have some ideas as to how the budget of Chaldea should be allocated, I would be delighted for you to make clear your recommendations. With a sweeping motion, she continued. Please, drop by my office whenever and tell me all about your ideas. I'm certain they would be riveting. Ritska slowly lowered his eyes to the ground, his other hand came across and coiled the smooth side of the mug and held tight. His lips pursed and rolled inwards before he shook his head slowly. It's fine, he croaked back very quietly. The silence that followed, and the stare that lingered on his face, were both rather awkward, so much that he eventually turned back to stare out the window and down. His eyes finding the back of Ash's head right the way at the bottom. Brows pulling themselves close, he watched the Avenger. It was unusual behavior. Rather, he recalled something similar. Hey, isn't that Ophelia's coffin he stood over? Ritska called over his shoulder, either to Romani or Olga. One of the two of them would know. With a short pause, he heard Romani made a small noise of bewilderment, yet it was someone else who replied. Yeah, hang on. The electric hum of a monitor and some keys being clicked. Ritska glanced towards Maxwell and watched the older man cycle through some things before he stopped and nodded his head. Yeah. 3 different instances of him entering the rayshift chamber and standing over the top of her coffin. It's a bit of a weird pattern. Maxwell's eyes sought him out. You know anything about why? All Ritska could do was shake his head. I caught him in there once, but that was about it. I didn't know he was still going. He frowned as a thought occurred to him. It could be that Ash was doing something with his reality marble, perhaps. Was he trying to heal them? Has he done anything else? Though still clearly uneasy, Maxwell shook his head. Nothing beyond just walking in and sitting down. Longest time he's been there is 5 minutes of just silence. Then he just gets back up and walks out. Weird. Yeah, one word for it. I'll ask him about it. Ritska said, feeling his own sense of curiosity rising. Further thoughts were cut short by the distant sound of the door hissing open, coupled with the familiar light footsteps that he had come to grow used to over his months at Chaldea. Always he heard that sound following behind him, and the hasty speed it entered the room left him curious if Mash had rushed all the way up here. Turning around, he paced back up to the same deck as Romani and the others, spying Mash hastily entering and adjusting her glasses. Her other hand roaming through her hair and pushing it into position, stroking it down to avoid looking as frazzled as it must have been when she woke. It had clearly been a rushed job all the way to the command center. Morning, Mash. The girl froze the second she heard his voice, locking up like a statue and swinging her eyes onto him. For a few moments, she remained in that stiff position, one hand on her head with fingers laced through her hair while the other was holding onto the arms of her glasses. Then, with a quiet clearing of her throat, the girl straightened and brushed herself down, putting on a smile and looking him over with a sense of scrutiny that was only matched by both Romani and Olga earlier. Good morning, Senpai. She greeted back, still fixing him with a blatantly worried look. Did you get enough sleep? A bit. He wasn't going to lie to her, but he downplayed it all the same. Yet even as he spoke the words and put on an easy smile, he felt the pointed stares in the back of his head. The ones he was trying very hard not to address. Mash briefly glanced behind him. He saw her single visible eye flicker briefly and then narrow before darting back to him. Her expression changed minutely, turning a bit harder. Her lips slowly rolled inwards and she seemed to stand up straighter. Senpai. She began again, this time in a far more stern voice. How much sleep did you get? Few hours. He admitted slowly, taking another sip of his coffee and staring down at it. Maybe 4. I didn't see what time I actually got into bed, but I woke up a couple minutes before Olga called. Ritska glanced up. Mash was looking to speak again. What about you? He quickly interjected before she could pressure him further. How much sleep were you able to get? More than me, to be honest. You probably have a sleep schedule that I would be jealous of. And that was the honest truth about it. She struck him as the type of girl who would still have an assigned bedtime. At the sudden question, Mash looked a little taken aback, watching him for a second with wide eyes before composing herself and answering back. I make sure I am in bed every night at 10. 10. He raised a brow, now finding himself frowning as he stared at her. That would have been barely 2 hours ago. Never mind me, what about you? I'm fine, senpai. She replied rather quickly, a little off guard. I am used to going long periods of time without sleep. That wasn't a comfort for him. He frowned a little deeper. It is my understanding you require time to rest. There was no warning before he heard the voice, it was just right behind him and a little down. Ritsuka let out a gasp and whirled, eyes wide and immediately swinging them down. So why are you all here at so late an hour? He stared. Ash was standing right at the bottom of the command center, looking up at them with a face that could only be called impassive. Bereft of any emotion as his eyes swept from person to person in the room, then finally landed upon him. His head slowly inclined itself to the side, he took a couple steps forwards until he was on the steps leading up to them. His voice echoed rather strongly, yet never loud. Is there some manner of emergency? Even that sounded unconcerned. Ritsuka just looked at him for a couple seconds, then spoke the first words that came to mind. How did you even get here? Teleported. That was the answer he gave, then a short pause before shifting his body and turning to look at some of the others. His eyes flickered from Olga to Romani and then past him towards Mash, where they stayed for a bit longer than those before. Eventually, the green orbs parted and went back to him. I noticed the presence for some time. I came to investigate. If there is nothing, I will depart. Ash turned about, he assumed getting ready to teleport again. Ritsuka stepped forwards and waved his hand, the movement alone was enough to stop the blonde in his tracks. The rest of it just fell into place when he started speaking. I don't know if there is an emergency. His chin jerked for the director, Ash's eyes followed. Olga just called me up. Director. The white-haired woman corrected with only a wave of the hand, try not to act so familiar within working hours. Then it was fine outside of working hours. Got it. And all I am aware of is what Romani informed me of not long before the rest of you. Continuing on, she gestured towards the man himself. Which means he has to explain himself to the rest of you about it. Still, now that you're here, we can at least form some sort of team to investigate as soon as possible. Romani had not stopped looking towards Ash, Ritsuka noticed, and was wearing an expression a mixture between surprise and something else. When the doctor spoke, it was a slow and bemused tone. Why were you in the rayshift chamber? Ash's response was a single blink in the direction of the doctor, a lazy swivel of the eyes and a long stare before finally mustering up his words. I have been watching the humans in the coffin. Ophelia is unusual. Unusual how? Romani sounded a little tense, bordering on worried. Can you sense something amiss? She carries something, does she not? Something the others lack. Her mystic eye. Olga spoke up with a slow and measured tone of voice, watching Ash as if he was unveiling something interesting. Well, it was in a sense. Ritsuka was a bit more invested in the way they spoke of this, he knew of mystic eyes now. Calamate had one. Ash gave no verbal response to that, his eyes just flickered in acknowledgement of the words and then darted back to Romani. The emergency. Right, yes. Seemingly dropping the matter, the doctor cleared his throat and straightened. A couple of hours ago we started to detect some unusual readings coming from Japan. We probably would have missed them if it wasn't for the fact they were currently centered in close proximity to Fuyuki. Fuyuki. The singularity that never quite went away. But Ritsuka noticed something else. Proximity. He parroted the word back. But not Fuyuki itself. Romani turned on him with a faint smile, looking a bit proud that he had picked up on that. Right. It was pretty close and I thought it might have been some sort of error with the equipment. A ripple or something, but it showed no signs of vanishing, and eventually I got around to changing the angle of Shiba's observation and, well. Sliding his chair back, he brought up his hand and pointed. Take a look for yourselves. Mash was the first one over, due to being closer than him, soon followed by the director themselves. With their heads crowded over, he had to wait a couple of seconds to actually see the screen. A sudden gasp of surprise from Mash drew his eyes first to her, then when she stepped back he leaned forwards and stared at the screen. Reading the numbers as best he could and rolling over them. There was a population reading. This had an active population. There weren't a lot, no more than 30 or so at best, but they were definitely there, and then he noticed something else. The motion tracking had detected hundreds more, which meant that something was moving around in there which didn't register as a living being. Worrying. This is definitely wrong, Ritska stated, taking another sip of the coffee. Beside him Mash gave a furious nod of the head, still staring at the screen with a gobsmacked expression. These coordinates should have already been incinerated by now. How can they still be active? Is it a singularity? Romani could only shrug. That is what I can't tell. No matter how many times I redid everything, I could get no readings on the scale of the distortion nor which era it belonged to. It's basically just there, and it isn't going away. Yet it doesn't register as a danger to human history in the least. Putting his hand on his chin, basically, if we think of time as a house, the singularities are smashing up the foundations. This is basically someone just taking a can of spray paint to the wall. Frustrating, but nothing ultimately harmful to human history. An amusing comparison. This is strange. The genuine confusion in Ash made him turn on the blonde, who elaborated further. Distortions in time are common when all of it is threatened or in danger. It unravels. The past is placed before the future and the present mingles with the past. Jerking his head to the screen, Ash frowned. I know of such things. Why does this concern you so, if it is no threat? Admittedly a good point, Ritska conceded. You didn't call us up here for temporal graffiti, did you? He asked with a wry smile. It was one that Romani matched, but it looked far more strained. No, I consulted with Da Vinci first and she. The door hissed open behind him. And she was waiting for the chance to make her fabulous arrival. Was that why you stood behind the door for over a minute? Ash asked, turning and looking at her with an unblinking expression. Ritska snorted and turned his head, glancing at the genius as she looked back at the Avenger with an expression that almost bordered a pout for a couple of seconds. Then it shifted into a smile as she sauntered forwards and waved her hand to the group. Da Vinci has been consulted. The genius caster continued on without even losing step. And she has come to inform you all that this is a rather unusual case. Namely because it does not belong to history itself. It is a hole in time, a place where anything could be on the other side, but we can't know. He was still lost. The brunette turned and gave him a sympathetic smile. It's complicated, but think of it as a scroll or a tapestry. The singularities are stains and the distortion is a hole. Someone has cut out a hole of history and we're staring at the results of it. He jolted backwards, eyes wide and suddenly feeling far more concerned. That doesn't sound nearly as harmless as time vandalism. The words surged out of him in a rush, turning eyes onto the doctor and staring at him. Why does it sound so much more threatening now? Olga gave a small huff and shook her head. Because such problems would be sorted out when the singularities are resolved. These events simply do not occur, or they should not. One would assume the incineration is what allowed this otherwise impossible event to happen. Her brows furrowed, she gave a disconcerted hum. Yet its existence is troubling. A direct danger to human history it might not be, but this warrants an investigation all the same. Romani chuckled. As expected of the director. I didn't even get to the missing servants part yet. Silence descended on the room like a blanket of lead. One could have heard a pin drop. We have missing servants. Ash broke it with a tilt of the head, then he pinched his lips. I was curious why the presence across Chaldea had been lessening. I merely assumed them to be entering spirit form. Olga, meanwhile, had a far less civil reaction. The glare she fixed Romani with would have turned a steel beam to molten metal. Shriveling up, the doctor hunched his shoulders and very quickly raised his hands, waving them in front of him and blurting out hurried words. I was going to get to that part. They're trapped there, we think, after they ray-shifted down. Ritska blinked. They can do that. He turned to Da Vinci for an explanation. The caster hummed. It is possible for a servant to rayshift of their own accord, but exceedingly difficult. Much easier with outside aid, though saying it cannot be done wouldn't be strictly possible. While tapping her finger against her chin, the woman gave a faint hum. It would likely be a case of the unusual circumstances surrounding this gap in history which allowed them to enter it in the first place, possibly trying to fix it or perhaps lured there. She frowned. Whatever the case, as Romani says, without a master or a link to Chaldea more solid than the one they have, they're trapped there. Olga gave a sudden hiss. So we are missing a portion of our current staff and you do not think to open with this? Well, Romani shrugged. Given enough time, we could have recalled them back with other methods and… He barely heard the words, his eyes remained focused on the screen. Servants had gone down there for one reason or another and were now incapable of returning to them. They were trapped there and he didn't want to ask what other methods they had of returning them. Ritska straightened himself and took in a steadying breath, turning on Romani and speaking loud and clear. Prepare the rayshift equipment. I'm going down there. I didn't bring it up because this isn't a singularity. Romani hastily cut in, looking between everyone with a nervous expression. Ritska wasn't sure what he was missing, but suddenly the director's expression soured. That wasn't a good sign. Rayshifting is only supposed to be used during singularities. Came her slow words, almost detached. Usage of it beyond such circumstances is strictly forbidden. I am granted authority to signal for exceptions, but recovery of servants, when it is possible to merely cut them off and resummon them, would not qualify. Ritska stared. Forbidden. Wetting her lips, the director slowly nodded her head. The equipment of Chaldea is dangerous if used carelessly. Which is why its use is heavily regulated. If I allow this sortie, then I would be in violation of well over a dozen different rules put in place upon this facility. She bit her lower lip, and she clearly bit it hard if the wince was any indication. Lowering the mug to the desk, she turned around and paced across the room. Ritska stared at her, feeling something swell within him. And it didn't feel pleasant. We can't leave them down there. He could not think of another answer to give. There was a slow and sharp intake of breath, then Olga lowered her head down. You said cut them off. He continued, voice cold. His eyes turned on Romani and he looked down, seeing the doctor immediately grimace and make every effort not to look him in the eyes. That just means slice them from Chaldea and let them die, doesn't it? Then just bring them back as if nothing happened. The silence was telling. We're going, Ritska announced, then looked at Ash. You went down to Lapland. A nod from the blonde. I should be able to manifest my existence in this distortion, but bringing you there is another matter. With a moment of hesitation, Ash exhaled. But possible. If this is what you intend to do, then I will obey. Let's go then. No, Fujimaru-kun. Romani called out, rising from his seat and cringing. I want you to go and investigate this too, but only the director can. Go. Further words failed to materialize from Romani. They both turned to the speaker and stared at her. Olga took in a breath and straightened herself completely, arms folded behind her back. Make all the necessary preparations to send Fujimaru down. Log it into the report that this was my idea and that I take full responsibility for it. Yes, director. Romani's response was slow and almost resigned, then he turned on Ritska and gave a light smile. Better head down to the rayshift chamber, Fujimaru-kun. You've got some rescuing to do. He felt as if a weight had been lifted from him with the given permission. His eyes found the director and he stepped towards her, close to her but not touching, despite how much he actually wanted to hug her at that moment. Thank you. Quiet but firm words, he put every ounce of gratitude he had into them. She only responded with a low hum and a nod. With nothing else coming from her, he turned back around and smiled at Mash. Come on, Mash. Let's get ready. Mash hesitated for barely a moment before she took off right behind him with the call of, yes, senpai. The pair of them all but flying out of the door. His mind went to the mental link, sorting through the voice and narrowing down until it found the one that he was after. Can you come to the rayshift chamber? We're going on a rescue mission and I want you there. Rescue, huh? The response came quickly and somewhat bemused. The hell? Never mind, I'll be right there, master. He suppressed a twitch at the knowledge of who would be joining them. But he continued onwards. Ash did not immediately follow them, he could make it to the chamber before them regardless. Instead he turned his eyes onto Olga and watched her intently. She seemed to realize he was still there, twitching minutely and glancing in his direction. With no words at first, the two merely gazed at one another before Ash eventually managed to find the words. You did not need to do that. Yes I did, Olga replied stiffly. No, Ash countered with a shake of the head, stepping closer to her and standing to the side, looking down as she looked away from him and back towards one of the empty desks in front of her. He could not see her expression, but he could imagine it to be one of stone. You did not. Because it was unnecessary. They could have cut the link with the servants and just resummoned them without the unneeded risk of an investigation. And yet, slowly, he brought up his right hand and lowered it down, pressing it gently onto her shoulder and keeping it there. That she did not immediately shake off his hold was a relief, but when he watched her posture shift, it was clear that the movement was not wholly welcome either. He did not let the gesture last, lifting his hand off her with only a few words. I do not believe I would have made the same choice. He muttered, then exhaled. Which means it was the right one. Olga gave a hollow snort and glanced up at him with narrowed eyes. There are many who would disagree. Ash gave a faint shrug. I am sure there are. But it was the human choice to make. Emotionally charged and, not that. Her interruption came as a brief shock, yet she continued before he could respond. You would not have left them either. He could not be sure. He stared down at her for a few seconds, then gave a slow blink and turned his head. In principle, he would have. In practice, he found his thoughts changed with each name he pulled up and debated being left behind to die and then be brought back as if there was no great loss. He knew what it was like to die and come back. Sometimes it hurt, sometimes it didn't. But they were not him. If you say so. He settled on responding with, then he stepped back and let the flow of the memories shroud his body. With a flash of light, he moved from one location to the other. In the rayshift chamber once more, he slowly drew his sword and planted it against the ground, resting his hands upon the pommel and staring at the door where the others would be arriving soon. Rescue. Perhaps the more worthwhile question was what they were rescuing the servants from and why they were there in the first place. Garden of Order, too. Finally. Those were the words she felt on the tip of her tongue as she marched down the halls, rolling her shoulders until they cracked loud. It hadn't been that long since she had been summoned, but already she was getting bored out of her mind. Not that she didn't have some way to entertain herself, but it just wasn't the same if she was cutting down hollow summons. No challenge in that type of thing, and even sparring with the other servants. Well, she hadn't actually gotten around to doing that yet. And now she found out some of them had ditched Chaldea for one reason or another to go and get lost. It was what she inferred from the message her master had sent her at any rate. Bunch of idiots. Running down and rescuing servants after they went out and got lost, it sounded like a laugh and a half. Realistically, she should have expected better from them, even if they weren't exactly round table stock, they were still servants, so that came with some sort of expectation for competency. But whatever. With her down there, it would be a quick in and out operation. And if someone was keeping the servants trapped there, all the better. What greater way was there to demonstrate her ability than by kicking the ass of whatever idiot decided he would pick a fight with Chaldea not even a couple days after she had been summoned? That would have just been some poor luck on their part, and it brought a sharp-toothed smile upon her lips. Still, the fact her master asked her to come down for something like this is a first mission. There was no real problem, not especially. But there was no denying that she had hoped her first mission would have been a little bit more than pulling someone out of the fire they had probably jumped themselves into in the first place. Though that was just how servants worked sometimes. And she was no stranger to this sort of work, it had happened enough in the past with her to know the ropes by now. Coming to a stop, she glanced left and right before turning around and raising a brow. She couldn't sense her master nearby. He was getting closer, but he wasn't here yet. She suppressed a huff and shook her head. The least he could have managed was being there to meet her, but she could always just poke a little bit of fun at him for being so slow. Then there was the girl. Something about them ticked her as being familiar but not in the way she was wholly comfortable with. Actually, it had been bugging her but there was no way to go about it right. Must have been a summoning she didn't remember. Everyone acted oddly enough around her that she could figure her last summoning with Chaldea hadn't gone swimmingly. From the face the kid had made, and she did have a brat for her master, it looked like he was going to throw up on her boots or something. Which probably meant the last time he saw her was when she died or something. He looked a bit green. The doors to the chamber opened and she stepped inside, shouldering her sword and sweeping her eyes across the rather empty room. They froze and lingered on the figure in the direct center of the chamber, bathed in the light of the glowing sphere above his head. The blond man stood with his hands resting upon the pommel of the obsidian blade. At the hilt of it was a glowing light, pulsating white in a way that was eerily similar to a heartbeat. But that alone wasn't what had her freeze. It was his face. She'd been warned about it as an offhand comment, which was why she hadn't been immediately thrown off, but this was beyond what she had been expecting. They said he looked a bit like Gawain, but she was seeing it for herself, which was a little bit of a shock. His armor was old-looking, worn down and pounded like he'd been wearing it for years and never given it any sort of treatment. Beaten-up-looking red fabric was frayed at the edges and at the mantle around his waist. Draped over his shoulders was a long black cape which dropped right the way down to his ankles. With an appearance like that, one would have expected them to be a rather elderly-looking figure. But the face was young. He looked a bit like Gawain when she had first met him. Save for the emerald green eyes, and the paper-like face which was currently staring across the room towards her, eyes fixed solely on her head. She let herself stand there for only a minute, thankful for the helmet that she didn't look like a gawking fool, before she trudged into the room and approached him. The closer she got, the more she could see the subtle differences she hadn't before. He looked a bit thinner than Gawain as well. It was actually somewhat comical. He looked like he'd been given hand-me-downs and sent off to the front. She stopped and stared, watching him for any sign of movement or a reaction. For about 30 seconds, she didn't get one and she was about to write him off as being boring. Then his brows lowered a little and those green eyes started to narrow. It was a tiny thing, almost fleeting, but it was a look she had seen hundreds of times before. She found it rather odd to see it worn by someone else, but she could figure out what it was almost instantly. The face of someone who wanted to say something but was holding back to not be rude. It pissed her off. What? Snapping back at the silence, she broke it first with a challenge in her voice. Adjusting her posture and leaning on one side, she looked him up and down behind her helmet, but turned her head slowly with the gesture to make it apparent what she was doing to him. You got something to say. He just kept staring. Then his eyes slowly closed and his face turned away from her. The faint emotion faded away as if it had never been there in the first place. When he spoke, it was a tone of indifference. Which really didn't match what he said next. Nothing worth discussing with you. Her eyes narrowed, she took a single step forwards and no more. She very nearly growled at him and adjusted Clarent on her shoulder, slowly working her fingers along the hilt and drumming out a gentle tapping pattern on it. Just loud enough that he would have heard it. Why? Not man enough to say something you can't back up, is that it? Slowly, his eyes opened and he looked at her. She very nearly punched him for the face he wore. Looking down at her as if she was some stupid kid who made some rookie mistake. The unsurprised disappointment. You would have me air grievances to you moments before we go into battle. Who said anything about battle? Shooting back, she narrowed her eyes and gave an uncaring shrug. This is a rescue mission, far as I've been told. Going in and rounding up some lost little lambs and then going out again, why? You heard something different from me. It will end in violence. He spoke with some resigned certainty. It always does. At that, she felt obligated to roll her eyes. Sparing him a glance after the obvious movement and eyeing him. Stay here then if you aren't cut out for violence. Stay here. The blonde parroted the words back in a voice utterly flat. His lips twisted back and forth, acting as if he was tasting the words and finding it to be a rather unpleasant one. Green eyes turned and looked down at her, remaining on her face for a few moments before he continued on. And leave his safety to you. Mordred felt her face twitch. The very way he spoke was as if she had suggested the stupidest thing known to man, and she felt obligated to punch him in the head for that alone. She whipped around and glared up. The clang of steel and the sharp grinding of metal against metal cleared her eyes. The helmet snapped backwards and let her show off the vicious snarl she could feel on her lips. He didn't so much as blink at her, just still giving her that look as if nothing in the world mattered. Or that he couldn't care less. She was getting more pissed off the longer he stood there staring. Yeah, to me. Growling back, she stepped forwards and looked up, her voice turned low and dangerous. Unless you think there's a problem with me being around him, huh? You got a problem with me being there. No words passed between them after that, not for a small length of time. And neither one took their eyes off the other. Then he spoke slowly. I have concerns. Yeah, like I give a damn about your concerns. Scoffing loudly, she stepped back and turned her head away, scowl still on her lips. Master asked me to be down there. You got a problem with that. Take it up with him. Unless you're the type who just doesn't care what their master says and thinks you know best, huh? It was a side-eye towards him, the scowl turned into a warped smirk. Not even that got a reaction from him. Just a slow blink and then he was looking away once more. Mordred clicked her tongue, the good mood she had been building up festered away like rust in the span of a minute and a half. Being stood near this doppelganger pissed her off for all reasons beyond Gawain. At least she could get a read on that guy, but this person just seemed to be an uncaring asshole. Lazy, was the word that came to mind. Complaining about the duty of a servant. Whatever, she had been picked for the mission and that was that, so clearly the master needed her expertise, which was to be expected. After all, she was Sir Mordred, for crying out loud. Only an idiot would say that she wasn't needed on a battlefield. Well, with the obvious exception of if father was on the battlefield, then bringing her in was like saying that father wasn't enough. Which was stupid. Her eyes glanced for the door, it hissed and opened up. Both master and the girl, the weird one that still felt familiar, stepped into the room. The former briefly glanced at the blonde and looked a touch surprised. Mordred noticed the slip. It was as if he hadn't actually been expecting them to be there in the first place. It was a bit petty, but she felt a little pull on her lips at that. Ash, master greeted after catching himself, speeding into the room. You coming along as well? The blonde, Ash, wasn't long in responding. Is there a reason that I should not? Master stopped and then rolled his lips, briefly glancing between the two of them and pulling his brows tight. She could read between the lines and gave a subtle snort and a shake of the head, lowering her brows down and hiding her smirk from the world. Yeah, she was the reason. Or maybe that he couldn't keep his damn mouth shut around her. No, was the response the boy gave at last. Happy for the help. No problems with who I've invited along to help, are there? Mordred glanced up and turned on the blonde, waiting to see what he would do. For about half a second, he stood there in silence, then he eventually turned and looked her dead in the eyes. With that unblinking gaze, speaking not to her but to their master. None that I have not already made public. Oh, so he'd been like this when she was summoned elsewhere. Big shock. Yeah, tell him to keep his dumb comments to himself. Jerking her head for him, she turned away, intending to spare him no further looks while they were here. Even if she could still feel his eyes on the side of her head. Or better yet, I'll take up point, master, and he can sit back and leave all the heavy lifting to someone who doesn't have a problem with violence. Master frowned and straightened, looking between them once more before closing his eyes and dragging a hand over his face. All right, we're going down to this singularity to rescue our missing allies. He explained with a patient tone, dropping the hand which had been on his face and looking between them with a strained look. I don't want us to be in need of rescuing because we can't work together here. Now I've asked Sir Mordred to come along. He looked at Ash. Can you work with that? I have worked with worse. Ash. I can. All right. Master exhaled and nodded his head, pacing forwards and closing in on the blonde. The pair stepped off to the side and stared to whisper between themselves. She nearly strained her ears to listen in, but paused when she noticed the girl with glasses had started to approach her, rather hesitantly. Mordred raised a brow at her, smacking her lips before angling her head. "What? You got something to say?" The girl, mashed, she believed that was her name, jolted like some sort of animal before shaking her head from side to side. Taking in a short but obvious breath and puffing herself up, squaring her shoulders and giving her a cordial expression. "I am just saying that it is an honor to be working with you again, Sir Mordred." Mordred just stared. From anyone else, she might have accused them of being some sort of smartass and then threatened them for it. Yet when the girl spoke, there was a strange earnest nature about her. As if she couldn't actually be capable of lying or showing some sort of ulterior nature to her words. Which was either because she was innocent as all hell, or because she had some sort of skill. Mordred responded with a slow nod, eyeing the girl up and down before puffing out her chest, sharpening her grin and giving a triumphant look. "Sure it is. I'm Sir Mordred. Least you got an eye for that type of thing, kid." She felt the stares and turned. Ash was looking at her from the corner of his eye, all while speaking with Master about something. Their conversation came to an end, the blonde turned and let out a breath. Master watched him for a moment longer, then turned to the group and gave a smile. She did not fail to notice the way his body tensed when he looked at her and sharply jerked away, as if he had just seen something a little unpleasant. He'd been like that when she first saw him. And she couldn't quite make sense of it, not really. She could guess, but it was a weird reaction to have at this stage. Ritzka's eyes opened the second he felt the force of the rayshift end. As usual, it left him a little queasy, but no worse than every other time. He had plenty to prepare for. What he wasn't expecting, however, was to open his eyes and find himself in the parking lot of a city. His eyes bulged immediately, seconds of silence passed, and he took a step backwards. Neck on a swivel, his vision turned left and right as he scanned every single inch of the place he now found himself in. Confirming that, yes, it was a parking lot. Street lights not far from him burned bright, illuminating the otherwise darkened location and beyond those he could see buildings. Skyscrapers and office blocks alike, some rooms still aglow with the interior lighting while others were shadowed in darkness. There was an eerie silence about it all, his lips parted ever so slightly at the sounds that were so familiar and yet so eerie. Squeal of tires, the faint hum of an engine somewhere off in the distance. What the? Swallowing the lump in his throat, his immediate thoughts turned away from the building and towards the others he had come down with. Already worried that he had somehow managed to arrive away from them, he turned and looked about, the names of the first couple individuals already on the tip of his tongue. Mordred was in his face the second he turned around. Eyes locked into his own. His hands slick with blood as he forces his sharpened nails through metal and flesh. GRGK. With a noise less human and more animal, he vaulted away from her, pressing down hard against the ground and throwing himself to some distance. Catching himself and bringing his hands up. Mordred watched him, then made a face and leaned back ever so slightly, eyes aglow with some odd feeling that he couldn't place. At best it would have been confusion and at worst it would have been the same stare he would have levied at someone showing some level of insanity. Ritzka swallowed and slowly lowered his hands to his side, glancing at them and finding they were clean. His breathing, once pants, came out slower as he forced it down. "Sorry." Gasping the word out, he shook his head frantically and brought his eyes up to meet the saber, but she did not even look close to responding. Her scrutinizing gaze lingered on him without another word. When she did turn her head from him, her eyes remained fixed on his own. He shuddered and turned sharply, breaking contact and closing his own eyes hard, hands clenched into fists and bringing them up, pressing it flat against his temples. The feeling of fingernails digging into his palms put stings of pain through his hand. He pushed a little tighter and "Gah!" A shout tore free of him, a tight grip, like that of a vice, clamped down around his left hand and pulled it away from his face. Eyes flew wide and he scrambled to wrench himself free of it, already swinging his free hand towards whatever gripped him. He paused only briefly when his eyes locked onto the sight of the battered metal gauntlet. The grip on his wrist loosened ever so slightly, but remained there all the same. Ritska glanced upwards and met the dull green eyes of Ash, though this time they showed something different about them. He looked unsettled, like he was seeing something disgusting, mold on the wall. Just as quickly as he had seen it, the expression vanished away and the coldness returned in force. Ash's eyes slowly lowered down and stared at the hand, still wrapped around Ritska's wrist. With eternal slowness, the fingers slowly uncoiled themselves and retracted, the hand returned to its side. Ritska sharply drew his hand back, his other dropped onto it and rubbed back and forth along his sleeve, breathing slowly to match the movement before it ended with a single short exhale. Right, fine. He spoke, first as a low mutter to himself, then a bit louder. Right. Everyone good and where's Mash? He furrowed his brows, noticing immediately the absence of someone who wasn't there. Stepping forwards, he moved away from the blonde by his side and bit his lower lip, brows furrowing and eyes squinting in the nighttime darkness. He leaned forwards and caught sight of something not far. Near a payphone, the silhouette of a person just moving around it. The person rounded the glass cube on the stand and stepped into the light. Even at the distance he could see the look of absolute amazement on her face. The glowing eyes which looked mere seconds away from sparkling. Her hands frantically jumped back and forth, as if deciding whether she should actually reach out and touch it. What the hell is this supposed to be? He turned and faced the speaker, though her own attention was fixed solely upon Mash. Not that it hid away any of the utter bewilderment on her face. Mordred looked at a total loss for words. Lips parted and having taken a half step backwards, slowly she raised her left arm and pointed towards the still excited Shielder, then glanced at him with an expression of growing expectation. No, seriously. Mordred's voice lost none of the confusion. What is going on here? Why is she acting like that? It was a question that Ritska could not answer. Because she has never left Chaldea. The words came from behind him. He did not think that he imagined the disapproving edge within them. And this would be the first intact modern city she has stepped foot in which was not set aflame. Grant her the minor intrigues that come with this development. She has earned the right to enjoy them. Ritska had to blink at that, turning and staring at Ash in surprise. Though he was looking across at Mash with a slightly downturned lip, green eyes flickered down and met his own. Ash stared for a moment, then broke away and resumed speaking. Provided that is allowed. Why yeah. He blurted out an answer quickly. Of course. Though I can think of more impressive things in a city than a phone booth. It was as he turned that he caught Mash freeze up with her back to them, then she turned about and faced them. He could see the clear flush of red on her cheeks as she immediately jogged towards them, or more of a brisk walk with her head turned down to the tarmac. Only when she was within touching distance did she actually speak. Sorry, senpai. I'm not sure what came over me. It's fine. Before she could get further apologies out, he interrupted her. This is a first for you, right? So you can enjoy as much as you want with the phone booths and the streetlights, and the buildings which. His words trailed off. He glanced past her at the payphone for a couple of moments before letting out a quiet snort. It had been so long since he had seen one of those that he actually found himself missing just the sight of it. Stepping around her, he walked towards it without really registering what was going on until he was right in front of it. His hand reached out and placed itself flat against the cold metal of the outer rim. Fingernails drummed up and down. He took in a deep breath. Senpai. MMMMH. With a hum, he shook his head. Sorry, just nostalgic about all of it. Didn't think I'd really see a city like this that wasn't on fire or something so. Ritska glanced away and towards the scenery. Broken up by towering concrete blocks and distant spires. Compared to the open wilderness he had seen or the medieval towns or even the cramped city streets of Rome, this was a different type of enclosed space, but all the same it had never quite felt so open before. Yeah, so. With a sniffle, he wiped his eyes and stepped back from the payphone, turning on Mash and giving a small smile to her. Welcome to Words failed him. You know, I don't actually know what city this. Mifune. Ash supplied to them from a short distance away, the blonde standing with both hands resting on the pommel of his sword once more. His head turned left and right as he swept it across the landscape. He looked at them once more and continued. That is what this place is called. Mifune City. We are currently located in the... He stopped for a moment, eyes narrowed, then nodded to himself. Kayamihama District. Ritsuka stared. Well, that answers that. Keeping his eyes on Mash for a second or two longer after the exposition, he turned on Mash and watched her expression. She was still partially regarding him, but it was clear that most of her attention was still on the city itself. Eyes widen with that childlike wonder, she looked close to vibrate on the spot. How does it look? Big, were the first words out of her mouth, then Mash caught herself and flushed. I mean this place seems to be very expansive, senpai. I've read about how large cities are in books and Dr. Romani has always told me about what they can be, but this is, I didn't think the buildings here would really be so tall and everything is so large and... Bah! A sudden scoff from some ways away, Ritsuka glanced with a hint of amusement at Mordred and the dismissive frown she had on her face as she marched towards them. Giving a look over the city as if it was somehow disappointing. Nothing but bland buildings. This place is big, sure, but it ain't got nothing on Camelot. She came to a stop and cracked a bright smile, looking expectantly at Mash. Now that is a proper city. Was. Ritsuka sent a look towards Ash at his unapologetic outburst, the blonde wasn't even looking at him. Which also meant he missed the rather sour look which Mordred sent his way, but Ritsuka did not doubt that Ash heard the growl which came from her throat, the one which made even the air tremble. Let's not spoil this moment, alright. He waved down the pair of them and brought up his wrist, tapping at the inbuilt communicator. Now then, Ash has managed to supply us with a location which helps with mapping. So we can just call up Chaldea and then ask. With a flash of blue light, the communicator hummed to life as the screen sprung up. The face of Romani stared back at him with the director hovering over his left shoulder while Da Vinci appeared over his right. End contact. Came the loud cheer of the doctor, accompanied with a smile. Glad to see we could speak so soon, Fujimaru-kun. So, what's it like down there? Ritsuka could not help but raise a brow at the manner of speech the doctor used, nor could he ignore the shift in his posture. The way he was acting betrayed a very strong sense of knowing from the man. His right hand dropped to his hip while the left kept the communicator up. Did you know where we were going to end up? Romani paused for only a moment, then responded with a shrug. It was only a passing theory at the time. Being honest, I had no idea when you would actually end up and neither did Da Vinci. Now that you're giving us data, we can accurately say you are in Mifune City. Ritsuka responded before the doctor could get the words out, registering the surprise on the man's face. Kayamihama District. Yes. How did you, have you been there before? Ritsuka brought up his hand and jerked a thumb over his shoulder towards the direction of Ash. I had a helpful guide. It was apparent that both Da Vinci and the director surmised what he meant before the doctor did, judging by their looks of understanding while the doctor just continued to stare at him with confused squinted eyes. Ash told me. Ooh, right. Romani nodded and scratched his forehead. Yeah. He has loads of memories and stuff. Well, he's right. You're in the Kayamihama district of Mifune City. I started pulling reports as soon as we got readings back and it seems to me like you're near the residential section of it. Ritsuka glanced up and looked around, then stopped as he spotted a building a distance from them but still closer than most of the others. A spiraling apartment complex, probably around 9 or 10 stories tall. Though what was most curious was that all of the lights were still on, shining through the windows. Especially at a time when they should have all been turned off, if the dark night sky above them was any indication. He hummed and nodded his head. Yeah, I can spot an apartment complex. You can senpai. Turning on Mash, he gave another hum as she looked at him amazed. That's incredible. I wouldn't have been able to spot that. All of these buildings look similar too. Maybe it's that one there. That building looks out of place compared to all of the others. She spoke louder than normal and sharply raised her free hand, pointing for the distance. Following her finger, he soon found himself staring at the same apartment building he had just pointed out. Why is it like that? It's just an apartment complex. Ritska replied slowly, unsure if he was the odd one out here. Mash actually looked stumped by his words, her lone eye widened considerably at his answer before blurting out in a hurry. Just an apartment, but its design is so strange compared to all of the others. Is it really supposed to look like that when every other building is rectangular? Sometimes people want to be fancy. He shrugged his shoulders, then glanced about for help. He met the eyes of Mordred, who promptly shrugged. I'm not a builder or anything, what would I know about making houses? Still though, who'd make a big circle spire for a house to begin with? Ain't that just going to be a mess to build up in the first place? I mean, I've never stacked bricks before, but even a person like me can tell you it's easier to stack them at a sharp angle. The design is no less intricate than those of Londor. Ritska turned to Ash in bewilderment as he slowly realized this was turning into some sort of debate on architecture. They constructed spires and steeples with jutting balconies, a feature of the Sable Church. Ash shrugged. But it is a building. I suppose the damage would be mitigated in the event of a siege. The sloped walls mean that a direct impact from a catapult is unlikely to cause equivalent damage to a flat surface. Ah, yeah. Mordred gave a grunt of assent. That's right. Then she paused and frowned. Yeah, but this place is just for housing people, isn't it? So doesn't that make it sort of pointless? I mean, if you've got an enemy army here with siege weapons, then you've already lost, haven't you? Ash was silent for a second, then he nodded once. True. This represents a considerable waste of resources. His words ended with a deep frown. It would have made greater sense to construct towers such as these along the perimeter of the city, providing the defending force with buildings that provided ample defense. Mordred exhaled, shaking her head. Some people are just stupid. Wait. Modern humans have all that, technology and stuff, right? So would having these towers even make that much of a difference? Probably not. Ash remarked with closed eyes. No. Then it truly is just a waste for it to look like that. The bewildering sight of Ash and Mordred arguing over the merits of defensive towers aside, Ritska brought his attention back to Romani while the pair of servants behind him seemed to be distracted with their own conversation. He could see Romani making a similarly puzzled face, evidently having heard them. All right, anyway. With a short cough, the man straightened. Mash isn't wrong when she says there is something about the building. We're already registering dozens of points of movement across the entire apartment, but none of them register as life forms. Ritska frowned. How so? We mostly look for biological functions. Romani explained. So in this case, if there is movement but no biological function, that is to say, actually being alive, then it leaves only one potential of what we might be dealing with. Slowly, a frown made its way onto the face of the doctor. Undead. Zombies or wraiths. Perhaps even both. So a haunted apartment complex. Ritska muttered, then turned his eyes towards it and frowned. Looking it up and down, even at a distance it looked rather large. He could only make a rough guess as to how many people lived in it, if every one of them had been turned into a zombie or an undead of some sorts. He rolled his jaw. Surely not everyone inside could have become an undead, Doctor. Mash spoke the question that had been on the tip of his tongue. That would mean there would be hundreds of enemies. The director interrupted this time. The presence of the undead is problematic because we have no idea what could be causing them. Zombies would require the existence of a skilled necromancer, while the wraiths would signify the presence of either a magus or. Ritska remembered this one from their lessons. Or this was the site of something that claimed the lives of a great many people and their lingering thoughts have kept their memories around. Olga gave a grim nod. There are no records of something like that transpiring, but if it did, then it was unknown to me. Considering we stand within a distortion of time, I suspect this apartment is the epicenter, much too convenient to suspect otherwise. With a grunt of affirmation, he met the eyes of Mash and nodded. We just need to head in and investigate then. There's another problem. Oh boy, they were piling them up today, weren't they? Ritska glanced and raised a brow. Romani pursed his lips, then started speaking. We're already detecting servant signatures from within the apartment complex, and the issue is, well, there are more servants in there than we are currently missing. Servants were summoned to this apartment building from other places than Chaldea. It was not impossible to believe, but that was already a problem. If something was calling them down from the throne of heroes as well, or from some other minor singularity they had been summoned into. Mash furrowed her brows, looking on in concern. We still don't know why they came here, and some of these servants could be hostile. If they were to engage in a fight with us, then it could end up destroying the entire apartment building. There would be no keeping something like that a secret. Ritska drew in a breath and then exhaled. We'll have to take the risk either way, but you're right. He eyed the apartment warily. Starting a fight is more likely to bring it down around our heads. Goodness knows that even excluding Ash and Mordred, a stray punch from a servant is putting holes in the floor. Shaking his head, he squared his shoulders. It's a risk we have to take regardless, he declared. But make sure to mind your strength if it does come to blows. The quicker we can stop the fights, the less damage they can do. Turning to Ash and Mordred, he briefly paused as he noticed they were still in some animated discussion about the complex. Straining his ears towards them, he registered their conversation once more. Placing a ballista at the summit would provide adequate ranged combat against both incoming enemy forces and against dragon riders. Dragon riders, came the loud and dismissive scoff from the saber. Man, I could count on one hand the number of times that happened in history. I don't know what freaks you have to deal with, but I'd rather save space and just have a full platoon of archers up there. You see how far longbows can reach. You never had those in Camelot. Shut the hell up, it's not about what we had in Camelot. Came the swift rebuttal. It's about the fact they're English longbows. Now, even I can see the value of having something you're more likely to use. And what of siege implements? They're probably gonna be made out of wood. Just throw some pitch and fire at them and call it a day, maybe then you can get a catapult or something. But chances are, if you're in a tower like that, then you don't need to worry about someone wasting a siege tower on you. They're gonna be saving those for the walls. And hey, guys, he called out. They stopped quite quickly and directed their eyes to him. Bringing up his hand, Ritska jerked a thumb towards the apartment. We've got some news on that. It's full of servants, and the problem is that we have more servants in that than we actually have missing from Chaldea. Neither Mordred nor Ash said anything for several seconds. Then Mordred popped her lips, taking a sniff and then glancing at the building in question. Well, that's a damn problem, ain't it? Ash, meanwhile, was just gazing at the building with pinched brows before he spoke. I am unsure if it would survive a confrontation. Good to see they were on the same wavelength. That's what I thought, he replied, then turned back and rolled his lips. But we're still going to have to go in. I've already told Mash, but our best bet would be to take out opponents quickly. Goes without saying that using noble phantasms is a big no, well, offensive ones at the very least. Mordred snorted somewhere behind him. And we've got news of some sort of possible undead incursion here. Zombies and ghosts, that sort of thing. Either the residents or, well, summons. Small fry then. Came the bored retort of Mordred, a borderline dismissive scoff from her and then the trudge of metal. He glanced to the right as the saber moved past him, shouldering Clarent and wearing an indifferent face. Come on. Let's drag these idiots out, master. She seemed rather eager. He glanced at Romani and caught the shrug the man gave. We'll be in touch. Receiving a nod, he shut down the communicator and started to walk after the saber. Mash joined him a few moments later. I cannot detect anything in our immediate path, Senpai. Magical in nature, I mean. Ritska stopped and held up his hands. It was enough that both Mordred and Mash either side of him did the same. The former just raised a brow while the latter went into a state of alert. He looked left and right, then nodded to himself once satisfied before crossing the road. Soon aware of a burning sensation in the back of his head, he did not turn around until he was on the other side of the road. Spinning and finding Mordred boring holes into the front of his face, an expression of irritated disbelief. What? He found himself replying, feeling a little bit embarrassed, turning and raising his hand to block out her glare. It's the law. Ah. Mash blinked and straightened, then put on a guilty wince. I completely forgot, senpai. I should have been paying closer attention to where we were, don't worry. I am familiar with the expected traffic laws of several different countries and am prepared in case we encounter future situations. With a resolute face, she puffed out her chest and drummed a fist into her body. You can count on me to keep you safe against careless motorists. ... You guys are such dorks. Mordred scoffed, loud enough that the pair could hear her. Ash was the last to cross the road, pointedly not looking both ways and keeping his head facing forwards. The blonde met his eyes and slowly raised a brow, a faint glimmer of confusion as he came to a stop in front of the trio, looking over all of them before finally ending his sweeping gaze on Ritska. ... The street is abandoned, why concern yourself with motorists who do not exist? Ritska flushed. Law. Ash just continued to stare. Then he responded with a single sentence. I see. He regretted doing it now, but it was something he did all the time before now. It just never occurred to him to act otherwise. Bringing up a fist before his face, he coughed into it and started walking once again, already eager to put the entire incident behind him. Eyes glancing further up the side path and towards the turn which seemed to go in the direction of the apartment. At least there seemed to be a straight route right towards it. Moving himself into a light jog, Ritska kept his eyes turning between the road and the apartment. Making a turn and continuing onwards, but keeping his pace relatively slow. Eyeing the street warily as he noticed something else which seemed to be alarming. ... How come we haven't been spotted? You'd think that a full gathering of us would have someone poking their head out. Mordred made a noise. Probably some magic thing. I mean, a building full of ghosts and other evil undead shit. She scoffed loudly. Wouldn't surprise me if someone filed this as some gas leak and cleared the area. Ritska slowed and then turned, raising his brows. A gas leak? Who on earth would believe something like? He stopped. Mash stared and tilted her head. Senpai. ... You know, there was a gas leak near where I lived when I was pretty young. I just remember it is some weird thing that meant we had to stay out of town for a couple of days and then we moved right back in like nothing happened. The implications didn't take long to settle. Mash offered a small but admittedly strained smile. I'm sure it was a genuine gas leak, senpai. Ritska now found himself in the odd situation where that was either a comfort or an even bigger worry. You know what? I'm not going to think about it anymore, he declared, turning back around and continuing his march towards the street. Making another turn and then stopping as something rustled in a bush beside him. It was nothing more than a low-cut row of green hedges, but the immediate noise had him flinch away from it. Stepping back, he brought up his arms and glared at the offending spot. A blur of movement, he blinked. Suddenly Mash was right in front of him, shield raised with one hand while the other was held before his body, her fingers just inches from touching his chest in a movement designed to push him away. The rustling of the bushes got louder still. A pair of swords leveled at the bush, the respective owners tensed themselves. Greenery parted, faint glowing blue eyes pushed out of the shrubbery, the slitted pupils widened before the owner of the sapphire orbs tilted their head. Ritska felt his shoulders drop as he straightened himself, moving his hands up to press against his face. Mordred snorted. Oi, master. Quite the fearsome beast, isn't it? No wonder you looked like you were going to piss yourself. Whipping his hands off his face, he sent a sour look at Mordred, waving the hand towards the bush. I can't be blamed for that. It's the dead of night and there's no one around and suddenly a bush starts rustling and... He trailed off, letting out a breath and shaking his head. Mordred's smirk had only gotten wider the longer he tried to speak. Yes, it was embarrassing with the benefit of hindsight and he was quite relieved at what he was seeing. Looking back down, he stepped around from behind Mash and lowered himself into a crouch, pulling a faint smile and slowly raising his right hand. The back of his fingers facing the small pointed face. The cat, a very bushy-looking thing with long graying fur and what almost looked like a black necktie, pushed its head further out of the shrubbery. Sauntering forwards and sticking its nose flush against his knuckles. Taking a long sniff of his fingers before pulling back, then looking right into his eyes and angling its head. "You're a cute one, aren't you?" he muttered in a low whisper, pushing his hand forwards while making sure it remained in line of sight with the cat. He didn't want to startle them. "Look at you, trying to scare me in the middle of the night." Wearing a playful frown, he felt his fingers grace the top of the cat's head. Slowly, he rubbed them along their crown before giving a light scratch behind the ears. Leaning into his touch, the eyes rolled shut and a low throaty purr escaped the furry animal. Ritska was quiet as he smiled. The cat was really soft. "They seem friendly," Ritska replied, then glanced up and towards Mash, jerking his head for the cat. "You want to give it a try?" Mash squeaked, glancing between him and the cat twice before rolling her lips. Slowly, she lowered herself down and reached out with her own free hand. Ritska pulled back from the feline, it seemed to register his absence, then locked onto Mash and took several steps towards her. Gazing up with wide blue eyes, it closed the distance and all but rammed itself into the approaching palm. With a faint jolt, Mash widened her eyes before giving a faint coo of appreciation. Rubbing back and forth along the fur, the girl let out a soft giggle and smiled a little wider. "You were right, Senpai, the cat is very soft. Oh, they don't seem to have a collar on them." She frowned, then looked up. "You don't think it's a stray, do you?" He shrugged, then eyed the blank neck with a frown. Bringing up his hand, he scratched the side of his face. A peculiar mystery to be sure, the cat was well groomed and looked perfectly healthy, yet didn't seem to have a collar. Though it could have just been personal preference for the owners, he supposed. There was another thing as well. "Do cats normally get this big, Senpai?" He grunted and shrugged. "I think there is this one species that is big, house cat wise, I mean. I forget the name but I guess this is one of those." Shaking his head, he stood up and turned. "All right, wheel." He stopped when he found himself staring at Mordred. She was sending side-eyed looks at the cat, all while shifting back and forth on her heels. Only barely did he register the fact her free hand, her left hand, was twitching up and shut as though she was fighting back the urge to move it. He looked back at the cat, then at the saber. Taking a quick side step, he opened up a path. "Do you want to stroke the cat too?" "What?" Mordred snapped at him, giving him a look like he was an idiot. "We're supposed to be fighting your missing pals. Not wasting our time with whatever common pet crosses our paths. Come on, where is your sense of urgency? No matter how fluffy the damn thing." They both looked down, registering the dull thud of something hitting armor. The cat was by Mordred's feet, rubbing around her legs and flicking their tail back and forth. Ritska glanced back at Mordred and raised a brow. Mordred was still staring at the cat. There was a slight inhalation, then Mordred reached down and rubbed a lone finger along the back of the cat's head. It lasted a few seconds before she pulled back and snorted at the feline. "There, happy." The cat looked back at her. Ritska suppressed a snort and shook his head. "All right, enough distractions. We need to keep on moving." He stopped, then looked over his shoulder at Ash. "Are you going to give it a?" "No." Ash's answer was as swift as it was cold, his eyes still fixed on the feline with no small amount of suspicion. Ritska raised a brow. Apparently Ash wasn't a cat person. With a shrug of the shoulders, he turned and started moving again, glancing over to the direction of the building and then pausing as he caught sight of something. It was barely there for a moment, but he could have sworn he saw a flash of movement just by the entrance, if only for a brief second. "Senpai." Mash's voice behind him, one full of bemusement. Ritska spoke back without turning. "I thought I saw something move." "Not another cat, is it?" Mordred gave a dry chuckle. He merely grunted back with his own small mirth. "I'm not sure, maybe it'll be a dog this time." The response he got was a half snort, but he paid little mind to it. Instead he continued to look at the distant entrance of the apartment. Then he wet his lips and started moving forwards once again, this time with a greater sense of caution than before. Not long before Mash was flanking him, keeping her steps just ahead of his. There might have been jokes, but they both knew it was too dangerous to be careless. He stopped and looked. There was movement again. A blur, too fast to be human, darted out from the walled-off corner that stretched around the building. There was a glint of something reflective under low lighting and then a howl, a long stretched-out wail of something that sounded barely human. The blur jerked to a stop and turned. It was a shimmer in the air, he could hardly make it out, but the blur darted towards it with the glint of steel once more. A cloud of something, appearing to have some sort of face, managed to let out another howl before the two objects collided with one another. It was an exchange that lasted mere blinks at best, a single flash of the metal and the cloud twisted and folded over itself, parting with a clean cut down the middle and then disappearing. Ritska stopped and stared. The blur had ground to a halt, back towards him, and provided a clear view as they stood in the doorway of the apartment. The lights from the inside casting a long shadow that stretched from the door, down the steps and over the path that he stood upon. It was a person, he could see it clearly now. He couldn't make out specific colors, only that they were some sort of kimono with a red jacket over the top. That was it, dark hair which just about reached their neck, and that was if he squinted hard enough to look. "Master," Mash whispered to him, "I've sighted the contact, they appear to feel like a servant, but there is something wrong." Mash sounded hesitant and decidedly uneasy. Ritska found himself on alert quickly. Mordred paced past him, a clank of metal in her helmet folded up to cover her face. It snapped into place, horned visage now with Clarent held with both hands in a clear sense of readiness, not quite hostile, but very much prepared for a breakdown in communication. Ritska would rather have avoided that. "Wait a second," he muttered to the group, then took a step forwards and called out. "Excuse me." His voice echoed louder than he had expected, it nearly made him flinch. The figure stilled and twitched, registering his words. Then they slowly turned around. Ritska prepared to speak again, only to freeze on the spot when they made eye contact. He looked into the eyes. The eyes that glowed ethereal blue. The eyes he had seen before. Whatever words he had died on his throat, he was staring into the azure orbs for what might have been an eternity. He couldn't breathe. His mouth opened and closed. The eyes were staring, accusing. "Oh Priscilla." Warmth splatters on his hand, it's tight, enclosing. "To see how far you've grown truly vexes me." His fingers force into the skin, it steams and opens, lips pulled into a smile he can't fight. Ritska jerked. Something pressed on his side and he recoiled at the moment, swinging his eyes and staggering backwards. Mordred was looking at him, horned helm peering right into him. He stepped backwards once more, his back struck something and he flinched, pulling away. It held tight on his shoulder. Ritska pulled harder, reaching around to free himself of the tch. A click of the tongue, barely upon the wind. "More servants." Irritation laced the words. "You and yours just seem to keep messing things up around here." There was a whistle in the air, a muffled curse and then a crunch of something breaking. Ritska turned on the sound. Clarent was buried in the ground, the pavement had shattered like dust and the figure, a woman in a blue kimono with the red jacket, had stepped just beyond the range of the strike. Loosely held in her hand being nothing more than an ordinary-looking kitchen knife. But her eyes. The azure eyes glowed brightly in the night. "Fine." The woman exhaled and narrowed the orbs, they swirled and twisted like oceans in her skull. "I can at least clean up this mess before it gets any bigger." Flipping the knife, she accelerated towards them. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.